Hi, welcome to the SAP UI5 tutorial walkthrough for beginners, and this is new update for 2025 to 2026 edition, and it is updated and fully explained with JavaScript. We are building a complete invoice list application from scratch, like you can see on the screen. And along the way, you're going to learn panels. So right here, you can see a panel right here. This panel contains buttons and controls. So if you click on this dialog right here, which is also part of what we are going to be learning, it displays a dialog that has a title, Hello Victor, and also has a button that you can click and then it closes. And this input here is also updated live by the right hand side here with custom styling using CSS. So if you say here, hello SAP UI5, right here you have hello SAP UI5, and if you click on say hello button, it displays hello SAP UI5. So this has to do with data binding, which is also covered in this video. And if you also click right here, the title here also changes to hello SAP UI5. In this video also, we covered internationalization, which is beneficiary for language translation. And also another thing you learn in this video is grouping. So right here, you can see that the invoice list is grouped based on the shipping name. So this is SME. So all these invoice lists belongs to this particular shipper's name. So this is what we covered. All right. So by the end of this tutorial, actually, you learn a lot, even including formatting. You see that the price is color coded, and then you can also see some progress text, formatted text right here. This is what is also covered in this video. So this video is actually a walkthrough tutorial, step-by-step walkthrough tutorial from SAP that is on their website, SAP UI5 website. And by the end of this tutorial, you have a solid foundation to confidently start your SAP UI5 journey. So if you are completely new to UI5, don't worry. I already covered the basics installation, project structure, bootstrapping, and setup in earlier videos that are displayed on the screen or in the description. So if you have not watched those videos yet, I recommend you start there to get the full learning experience. And of course, this type of content normally takes a lot of time, research, coding, editing, and honestly, many people get money for this. So, but I'm here giving it out for free because I want more beginners to break into SAP UI5 and build real applications, real modern SAP applications. So if you're ready to learn, please like this video, subscribe, and share with someone who wants to go into SAP UI5 front-end development. And towards the end of this video, I'll show you how to connect your application to an actual Odata service and also to a mock server. And then in the next videos, we are going into very important parts because this is just still basics, very important part, which is navigation and routing, which is where your application finally feels like a real SAP Fiori application. So make sure you subscribe so you don't miss, and let's dive in and start building. So in the next video, we are starting with the XML views. Okay, so welcome to the continuation of the SAP UI5 tutorial walkthrough. And in this lesson, we are looking at the XML views. In the previous lesson, we actually created what to call SAP/M/text control inside the index.js. So, and this worked, but imagine if we had if I open the index.js, we go to our web app, index.js, we created this text control. And imagine if we have about 50 controls inside the same file, this will be a chaotic mess. And so SAP UI5 is built using what we call model view controller, and that is what we are going to be doing today. So the model view controller is actually an architecture, which the abbreviation is MVC, and the M stands for model, the V stands for view, and the C for controller. So this means that when you have a view, this describes what the UI, that's the user interface, will look like, and the controller contains the logic, business logic, while the model contains the data. So we're going to look at all this. Now we'll then move our UI code, that is, for example, the one we created, the text control, from JavaScript into a dedicated XML view. So we're going to be creating view now, and this will make our code to be cleaner, more readable, and easier to maintain. So think of this like building a proper user interface structure. So instead of having the controls in one JavaScript file, we are going to create the XML view. So now let's go further. So the first step is to create what we call the app.view.xml. So we go under the web app and then click on new file. And what we want to create is that we want to create, so the naming convention is that when you are creating a view, it must start with capital letter. So we have app.view and then you have to end with XML. Okay, so let's create this app.view.xml. All right, the next thing the first thing we need to do is that we need to create a folder that will contain all the views for application. So under web app, you go to new folder. So let's create a folder called view. And then inside this view, we are going to create a file. So all views start with capital letter. So you can say app.view.xml. Okay, so these are view. And inside, so the first thing we need to do, that is, this view is going to contain the XML view structure. So, and what is the XML view structure? We're going to have something like this, MVC view. So you see that I get auto completion because I'm using Cursor AI. All right. So I will ignore that. And then this this MVC view, let's also close the tag. All right, so this is the XML view structure, and let us explain what this means. So the MVC view, this is the root tag of every XML. So, and UI5 needs it to understand certain things. So when UI5 sees this root tag, UI5 will then understand that this file is a view, and it will also understand how to parse the UI element inside it, and it will also understand how to connect the view to the controller, which we're also going to look at later. So this XML ns equals to sap.m right here. This sets the default namespace, and what it means is that if we write text or button, UI5 knows that we mean sap.m.text or the sap.m.button. So this library sap.m contains most Fiori elements or Fiori controls, while the XMLNS MVC equals to sap.ui.core.mvc. This is a namespace for the MVC framework, and it has features like controllers, it has features like XML views, and it also has features like fragments. So these XML namespaces, they act like prefixes. So if UI5 seeks MVC view, it knows we are referring to UI5 MVC engine. I hope that makes sense. So the next thing we're going to look at is that we're going to add the text control. So we're going to add the text control inside our XML view structure that we have. Auto completion is here, so I can just tap on this. So our text, let's just say hello SAP UI5. Okay, so this is a text control that we are adding inside our view. And then what this means, we already explained this. So the XML tag is a text. So this text will map to the UI5 control sap.m.text. All right. And then we use the attribute text, and then we give it the text of our choice. So XML views are simply a declarative way of writing UI structure, right? And XML views are, now the next question you want to ask is, why do we need to use XML views and not JavaScript? Why use XML instead of JavaScript for UI? So the reason is because XML are cleaner and easier to read. So the user interface stays separate from the logic, and then it's also recommended by SAP standard. So almost all SAP Fiori apps, they use the XML views, and they're also faster to build complex UI. And XML also encourages MVC structure, that is the model view controller structure. So logic always goes into the controller, not the view. So this is what called separation of consent. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we are going to update the index.js to load the XML view. So we're going to replace the previous content. So let's go to our index.js. Index.js, we are going to replace this whole text now, or update the text. So first we need to remove the text control that we created. Too many auto completions. Okay. Now, this sap.ui.define, we already explained in previous lesson. This is the module, and then we are using the sap/m/text control. And so what we need to do here now is that we are going to replace this one right here. So replace it with sap/ui/core/mvc/xml view. Okay, and this module allows UI5 to work with XML views. So when you use this, it serves as a helper class that will load XML files as user interface object. So you must always declare this. All right. And so inside our function, of course, we use strict. So inside our function, we are going to create the XML view. So how do we create an XML view? We use XML view.create. So it's similar to the way we created the text control. So XML view.create, and then what is the view name? The view name is ui5.walkthrough.view.app. Okay, so these are the view name. So if you go to package.log.json, you can see the name as ui5.walkthrough, and that's why in right here we need to start with ui5.walkthrough.view. So .app is it's like it's a reverse, right? Instead of app.view, here you have to say view.app. Okay, so we are creating that view, and then we look for a file named web app/view/app.view.xml. Okay, and then use the namespace. This is our namespace ui5.walkthrough.view, and then .app. So this right here is our namespace ui5.walkthrough.view, and this .app is the name for the view. So at the end you will use .then, use the .then to place this into the body content. So it also works like place at. So when the view is loaded, it is placed into the body element. So say then we are not using place at, then oview arrow function oview dot place at content. Okay, so right here we're giving the function name as XML view, okay, because that's what we are creating here, XML view.create. So this parameter here has to go into a function. All right, and there we have it. So this is the index.js that we updated. First, we have our module definition, and then we use the SAP UI. So when we remove that code, we need to update the index.js file. So what we need to do is that we need to get the code from the walkthrough tutorial. Let me just copy it here and then explain. So the sap.ui.define, I already explained the structure in the previous video in the lesson 3. So if you are not familiar with this, please have a look at that. So this is a module that we defined before. Then this SAP UI core /MVC/XML view, these modules allows UI5 to work with views, right? So in the previous one, this right here was SAP/M/text. So replace it with this module. And then you can also think of it as a helper class that loads XML views as UI objects. So after that, we create a function and then create the XML view. So the parameter XML view.create, and then the view name will be ui5.walkthrough.view.app. So the reason for this is the ui5.walkthrough is our namespace. So if you go to package log.json, you can see the name to be ui5.walkthrough. So that's a name for our namespace. So what happened is UI5 will find the module path ui5.walkthrough.view.app. Okay, so it will go to the web app, go to the view folder, and then find the app.view file. So that's the namespace folder structure. And lastly, we use the .then oview, which is a parameter, that's an arrow function, oview.place at content. Remember, this works exactly as what we did in step 3. So when the view is loaded, it is placed into the body element. So if you check the index.html, the body element has the tag ID. So when the view is loaded, it is placed in the body element because the body has that ID, right? And the result is that the text control defined in XML is displayed on the page. The app will just show what was the text that we defined in our view. We defined hello SAP UI5, okay? So the app will show hello SAP UI5. So let me put exclamations mark here to differentiate it from the previous example. And nothing will actually change visually when you look at the code, but the code structure is much, much better. So let's save this, Ctrl S. So we can actually go to File and Save All. Let me go to PowerShell and then let's use Bash. And then we can do npm start. So this will run UI5 save and open index.html on my local browser. So we see it right here. All right, now you can see hello SAP UI5. Okay, so now you see what we achieved in step 4. At the end of this lesson, we have actually moved the UI definitions out of JavaScript. We moved the UI definition out of index.js and moved it into a dedicated view called app.view.xml, and we created this first XML view and we connected this view to the app startup. Okay, so by creating the view instance inside the index.js file and then attached to the body of the index.html file. All right, so we adopted the MVC architecture and we rendered the UI using UI5 XML parser. So the project is now well organized and it's like real UI5 applications. So all right, before we go, what quick naming conventions that we should take note of. So the view file names must always end with .view.xml. Okay, so this is the ending app.view.xml and whatever name you want to give, but it must always end with .view.xml. Then the views are always capitalized. So you can see we used app.view.xml. So the app starts with a capital A, not a small a, app.view.xml, right? Then views are stored we need to create a folder inside the web app to store all the views that we create, and also controller files, they follow the same convention as view.xml. It must always end with .controller.js. All right, so in summary, we have moved UI definitions out of JavaScript. We have created your first XML view. You have connected the view to the app startup, and you have used SAP's naming conventions for the views, and we have adopted the model view architecture. Of course, so far we have only done view, and we have rendered the UI5 XML parser. So up next, we'll be looking at controllers. And if you're new to this channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. See you in the next part. Okay, so welcome to the lesson 5, which is the controllers. And controller is adding logic to your UI. that is event handling in SAP UI5. So in the last lesson, we looked at how to create XML views, right? We displayed a simple hello SAP UI5 using the text control. So now what we are going to look at, we are going to use the idea of controllers to create a logic, and what we expect to see at the end of this lesson is that there'll be a button that is labeled say hello, and so when clicked, an alert box will display hello world. Okay, so we're going to be introducing the controllers, which is the brain behind the UI, and we are going to replace some things from the previous video. So we'll replace the text with a button, and when the button is clicked, all right, so let's do the updates in our code. Okay, so what we need to do, the first step is that we need to update the XML view to add a button. So the view is the app.view.xml. So that means you go to web app, you go to the folder view, you go to the file app.view.xml, and we are going to replace all this content. So we're going to remove this, and we are going to update the content of our view to use a controller. So the first thing here is we're going to call a controller name, which we are going to create later. So you can say controller name auto completion equals ui5.walkthrough.controller.app. So that means we need to create a file called controller.js. All right, then we need to also use the module sap.m controls because we want to use the text control. All right, then we also need to use the xmlns semicolon MVC to use the UI5 framework. All right, I don't want to use this text directly, so what we want to do is to have a button. So inside the button, you can do like this, create the button tag. So the button will have a text, and that text will say, I can say click me, but here we say want it to say hello. All right, and then there's going to be a press event. So press is equal to dot on show hello. So I'm going to create a function for this. So just watch, I write the code and I explain once again. So let's break it down. We have a controller name, which is ui5.walkthrough.controller.app. So this line tells UI5, this view, this particular view that we are, is controlled by app.controller.js. Okay, inside UI5 walkthrough/controller, inside this namespace. So this view is controlled by a controller called app.controller.js. So you can just trick your brain that you're reading from right to left, app.controller.js. So we need to create a file under app.controller. We need to create a file app.controller.js, right? So UI5 will then automatically look for this file. It goes to web app. So we're going to create a folder. Let's just create a folder now. We're going to create a folder. No, not under here, under web app. Create a folder called controller. So this will have all our controllers. So inside this controller, we are going to create a new file called app.controller.js. So this app.controller.js is controlling the app.view.xml. So let's go back to, right here. And of course, this one, we want to use the text control, and this is the UI5 framework. So these are things we need to declare. All right, and then we add a button control. So this is a button control. Button has text property, it has press property. So when the text property will say it should say hello, and then on press, so when you press the button, it will run this function which will declare or create in a moment. So something should happen when we press the button. All right, so this creates a button label, say hello, and then this is where the magic happens. So when the button is clicked, UI5 calls the onShowHello function in the controller. So the dot in front of onShowHello means that call this function on the controller associated with this view. Okay, so that's why there's a dot here. So that means this dot means that this function is defined inside the controller that is associated to this view. So we have app.view and app.controller. So app.controller and app.view are in association. So that means we need to define the onShowHello function inside app.controller.js. So this keep XML, UI, and JavaScript logic clearly separated. Now the question is, can a view exist without a controller? Yes. If a view only displays information and has no interaction, you do not need a controller. For instance, if we are to only display, say, hello text, and we are not requiring to perform the action of press button and then display. So if it doesn't need an action, then you don't need a controller. But if you're just displaying the text, you don't need a controller. But if you have an action that needs to happen afterwards, then you need to create an associated controller for it. So, but as soon as you add a button, event, or logic, you must create a controller. All right, so we've created the app.controller.js, and let's go to the app.controller.js file. I'll just write a code. You can also get it from the SAP walkthrough, and then I explain. Okay, so the normal thing, the sap.ui.define, which is the module. And so here we're going to use SAP UI core MVC/controller. So we are importing the base controller class from UI5. So right here, we're importing the base controller class from UI5. So every controller that we write is actually an extension of the base controller class. So the UI5 has the base controller class. So, and then if we add this module or these dependencies to sap.ui.define module, we are saying that we are saying that we need access to the controller base class, and we are going to extend. Okay, so now this is where the extension happen. Controller.extend ui5.walkthrough.controller.app. So what this does is that this will create a new controller with the name ui5.walkthrough.controller.app. So this name must match what we specified in the XML view. So this name right here, ui5.walkthrough.controller.app, must be in sync, must be the same with what we specified here as the controller name, so that UI5 will connect them automatically. Now, when we go back to the app.controller.js one more time, inside the extension that we are extending, if that makes sense, we create a function or a method on showHello. So it shows a native JavaScript alert. So we use the alert, and then what should it display? It should display hello world. Okay. So this is the function that runs when the button is clicked. So the function name here, which is on showHello, must also match what we have in the app.view. Say press the onShowHello. Remember, there is no bracket here. Okay, so the name here must match what we define here, and then this is the text we want to display. So right now we'll just show the native JavaScript alert text, and later we can also replace alerts with proper UI5 dialogs. Okay, and all right, we can save this. Let's save this. Save all. So I can just go ahead and refresh. So I'll just go ahead and refresh this page. So we want to see a button on the screen, and there should also be a text. Yeah. So this is our button with the text say hello. So when we press on the button, it should display. Okay. So it's supposed to display hello world, but let's see where something went wrong. Let me end the server with Ctrl+C and then restart it again, because I could not find any error. npm start. All right, so once again, I've refreshed the page. Click on say hello, and then it displays localhost says hello world. All right. Okay, so by the end of this lesson 5, you now understand how UI5 events are handled using controllers, and you have also created your first controller file. You have connected a view to its specific controller. Then we've added a button to the UI, and then we have implemented the button press events, and then we triggered a hello world message. Now, before we go, we should also take note of naming conventions, which are very important. So SAP UI5 has strict naming UI5 rules. So controller names must be capitalized, okay, just like we did here. So you see that it starts with app.controller. So the app must be with capital letter, and then the controllers have to go inside a folder called controller, which we created, and controller functions follow the on event name pattern. So here you have to start with on, then add the event. You can say on press, or you can say on init, or you can say on exit. So this must follow this naming pattern. And yeah, so this is what we've covered in this lesson. Please, if you enjoyed the video so far, don't forget to like and subscribe. The next step, we are going to look at modules. We'll learn what are UI5 modules, why we should load modules. Example of the modules that we have been using is what? Is the sap.ui.define. This is a module that we have been using. And we are also going to learn how to write cleaner code by separating logic. So it builds the foundation for larger application. All right, so see you. Okay, welcome to the lesson 6. We are looking at modules, and so we are going to understand how UI5 loads our code, and we'll be replacing the alert, that's a JavaScript alert code that we wrote in the previous lesson, with what's called a message toast. So we're going to be knowing what is a message toast, and by the end of this lesson, you know what a module is in SAP UI5. You will also know how to load modules using sap.ui.define. You also learn how to replace the alert hello world with a message toast.show hello world. And you also know why UI5 uses the asynchronous module definition, which is AMD system. And finally, how module names and parameters must match. And of course, I give you naming conventions for all the lessons. So the thing is, UI5 has its own set of UI controls for notification. So the alert that we use here is JavaScript. It's native to JavaScript, and if we use alert, it doesn't look like SAP Fiori kind of thing, and it's not what professional UI5 application uses. So UI5 now has its own set of UI controls for notifications, and one of the simplest one is the one we're going to use now, which is the message toast. So a message toast just displays the message and then disappears in a few seconds. And so we'll replace this alert with the message toast from the sap.m library. All right, so the first thing we need to do is to update the controller to use message toast. Now, since we are trying to look at an action that needs to be done, what we need to update is the controller, right? Okay, so let's replace certain things. So here we call the base controller class, and then we call the base controller rather, and right here we want to use message toast from the sap.m library, and that's why we are going to use sap/m/message toast. So since we are adding a new library, we should add a comma in between them. And now our function needs to carry this parameter called message toast. So comma message toast. All right. Now, since we want to replace the alert, we should remove this right here. Okay. So our method name still stands on show hello, but then what we are going to do is we're going to call in the message toast and say message toast dot show hello world. Okay, so this is a text that will be displayed using message toast. And yeah, that's all. We have updated the app.controller.js. All right, so now let's understand what modules are. Okay, so SAP UI5 applications are built from many small reusable pieces of code called modules. So examples of those modules could be the SAP/UI/core/MVC/controller that we used. So this is the base controller class. And also we use SAP/M/text, which is text control. And we also use modules such as SAP/m/button, and likewise the SAP/m/message toast for showing messages, right? So each module has a unique path. So they are like files inside the folder, and UI5 will load these modules on demand. So your app remains modular, faster, easier to debug, and scalable. So you only use the module that you need, not necessarily loading all the modules that exist in SAP UI5. Now, the reason why we defined sap.ui, or why we use this module right here, sap.ui.define. So this module here, it tells UI5 that I want to load these modules first. Okay, and once they are loaded, run my code. So here you are defining and initializing the modules that you want to be loaded first, not all the modules that we have, right? So we are interested in the base controller class, we're interested in the message toast control. So load these two first. This is what it means. Now, so this is the pattern. So sap.ui.define module. Let's say we have two module, the path and the name of the module itself, module path 2. So then our function will now take in, the names that we have here, 1 and 2. For instance, we see in our code here that sap.ui.core/mvc controller, okay, and then we have the sap.m message toast. So our function will carry controller and message toast, and then we use that function, we use the parameters. Okay, these are parameters. We use parameters inside the function here, just like this pattern that I'm trying to explain. So module part 1, module part 2, and the function that takes in 1 and 2 as parameter, and then you can say use 1 and 2 here. Just write a code that you use 1 and 2. So this method is actually called asynchronous module definition. So it means that the modules, they load asynchronously, so they are loaded in the background. So they don't wait for, I need to wait for sap.m.text to load first. So no, they are loaded asynchronously. So UI remains responsive and fast, and your code executes only after the modules are ready. Okay, so one more time, if I'm to go through the code again. So we have the SAP UI core MVC/controller and SAP/m/message toast. So these are the dependency arrays. So we are telling UI5 to load the controller module and the message toast module. So this is what we are telling the UI5 to do. And then the callback function parameters. So these two will take in, this is very important. So the order of parameters must match the order of modules above. So look at, we first defined controller module. So the order of the parameters must actually be in this same way. So controller and message toast has to be in the same order that we have defined above. So mixing up the order will actually break everything. So this is a common beginner mistake. You now write message toast here and then controller here. No, do not do this. All right, so using this message toast module, we then display the text message toast.show. So we have replaced, instead of using the alert from JavaScript, we use the message toast.show. So this will give us that Fiori style message toast on the screen. So basically, like I explained already, a message toast disappears automatically. It's non-blocking. It looks professional because the previous one blocks the screen and then it doesn't disappear automatically. And of course, it matches SAP UX guidelines. And that is why we replace the alert with this. Okay, all right. Finally, or before we look at the conventions that you must follow, the asynchronous module, that's the AMD, asynchronous module definition. The reason why it improves performance is that UI5 loads modules in parallel. So the benefit is that the browser will not freeze. The files load only when they are needed. So we only load the files that we need. There's also faster startup times, and also there's better scalability for large applications. So by separating the module declaration from the code execution, UI5 can optimize loading internally. All right, finally, we look at the naming conventions or conventions that you must follow when looking at modules. So use sap.ui.define for controllers and modules. So this will actually register your module globally so that UI5 can find it. And also use sap.ui.require for one-off loading. So we have not seen this, but only when you need to load something quickly and not define a module. And another thing we should take note is that you should name your callback parameters after the module's last part. Okay, so we've seen it. Example module sap/m/button. Your parameter should carry the last part of that module definition, which is button. Then sap/m/message toast, the parameter should carry toast. Then sap/ui model JSON model, your parameter there is what? JSON model. All right, so this is what we've covered in this part, and what you have achieved in step 6 by completing this step. You now understand how SAP UI5 loads JavaScript modules. Okay, and the difference between SAP UI.define and SAP.ui.require. We also understand why AMD, which is asynchronous module definition, is beneficial. And we also see how to use message toast. And we also see how dependency order works and how to structure your controllers professionally. All right. So our app now has a view, it has a controller, handles events, uses UI5 modules correctly, and shows a Fiori style message too. So let me test the application. I know you are waiting for this, so I intentionally left the testing until I'm done with the theory. Okay, so now let's test. We expect to see a message toast when we press the button. We can save all file. Okay, I already saved. So let's go open the local host. So let me refresh. So I'm refreshing the page. So we see have the say hello button here, and you see this is our message toast. It is going to disappear after some seconds. You click again, it comes up. So this gives you that Fiori style design. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for supporting this channel, and see you in the next part. All right, let's do lesson 7. And this is the M in MVC. So, remember MVC means model view controller. And we are going to be adding data to our application using SAP UI5 models. And what you're going to learn in this lesson is, first, you're going to learn how to add a JSON model to the controller. You're going to learn how to bind data from the model to UI controls. And we are going to also make the UI update automatically when the data changes. And then finally, we are going to add an input field bound to the model. So stay with me in this part. Don't go anywhere yet. Of course, if you have been following, you can take a break, take water break, or follow along as in whatever way you want. Okay, so far, we've actually learned how to build user interfaces, that's the views, and how to add logic, controllers, and how to use modules. So now we're going to define models or model. We're going to use model. The model stores data for application. Okay, so now let's go into the code. So the first thing we need to do is to update the controller file, controller.js, to create a JSON model. Okay, so we go to app.controller.js. Okay, so I'll remove all this. We want to update the app.controller.js. Okay, let me just remove. Let's just update, right? It's better to update than just removing. Okay, so now we need to add JSON model. So we need to add a module, and the module will be SAP in quotation, SAP/UI/model/JSON model. Okay. So remember the order. So because we are using these modules in this order: control, message, toast, JSON model. So the parameters also must be in this order. So the third parameter now will be JSON model. Okay, so we have used controller here, we have used message tools, so we need to use this third parameter, right? So before we go on, what is a model in UI5? So when you hear of model, a model is where our application stores data. So UI5 supports multiple types of models. So example of those models are JSON model, XML model, resource model for I18N, that's internationalization, and OData model for professional SAP backend. So in this step, we are using just the JSON model, which means the data is stored as a simple JavaScript object. So remember the different ways we store data. We store data as JSON model, we store data as XML model, we store data as resource model, we store data as OData model, right? So, and that is why in the code, we are using JSON model. So in this code, I've added JSON model to the modules that we are using. Okay. And so when we add this to the modules, this gives us access to the JSON model class. And so what we need to do next now is to implement what we call the onInit lifecycle method. So the onInit function will automatically run when the controller is created. So let's create the onInit function inside the controller extension that we are doing. So that comes first. Okay, auto completion. So we can see onInit, then constant, we define a variable name of model equals to, we are creating an instance of the JSON model, okay, to have a recipient, and the name is world. So here, what we are trying to do is we are creating an object, OData object, that contains recipient name equals world. So to create that JSON model, we use this constant. Const O model equals to new JSON model, the data, and this converts our JavaScript object into a UI5 model object. And so finally, we then set the model on the view. So that's where this comes in. This.getView.set model O model. So this is the data, object data, that will convert to UI5 model object. So any UI control inside the view can access this model using binding syntax. This is the foundation of UI5 data-driven UI. Okay. All right. So let's save this. So in summary, we used the JSON model and then add the JSON parameter here, and we create the object using the onInitialization function or method, and then attach it to the view. All right. So now we need to update the XML view with an inputs and bindings. So we go to XML view, that's app.view.xml. So we already have the controller name, we already have the button. So we need to add the inputs. So we need to add the input control to our XML view. So the input control, I'll just copy it from the walkthrough and then explain the progression. So we add the input control right here. Okay, so what this means is we have now added a second control, sap.m.input, which lets user type text. So that's what this input is doing here. And then we connect this input to the model using data binding. So if we want to go further to explain, value equals brackets receipts and name. What this means is that the value of this input is bound to the model part recipient name. Remember, we defined in the app.controller.js recipient and name. So the value of that input field will now be bound to this path, but the initial value of the input that we gave is world. So we have to give an initial value, which is world. However, that value is waiting for an input from the user. Okay, so now let's see where the magic happens as a logic. So when the user types into the input, the model is automatically updated. So that's where the binding comes in. This is where the binding comes in now. The description text should say hello, and then whatever is in recipient/name. Okay, and this value live updates true means that it should do a live updating. So as you are typing the text, you are seeing it updated live. So this live real-time automatic updating, no extra JavaScript is required. So that is the power of SAP UI5 models. So without this UI updates, UI you update only when input loses focus. So with it, update happens instantly. Okay, yeah, so a quick recap or you get the gist. So let's save all and test what we just did. It's already saved. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, so now we see have our button here, and we have an input field here with an initial value of world. Remember where we defined this? Right in the app.controller.js, we say the recipient should be world. So we can even change it here and say enter your name. Okay, so let's save this file, save, and then let's refresh. So we expect expect here to be enter your name, and then you can erase this and say Victor. So we see a live update, say hello Victor, or you can use hello world. All right, so at the end of this lesson, you have actually learned what a JSON model is, how to attach a model to a view, how to bind UI controls to model views, and how to update the UI just like you have seen dynamically using data binding, and how XML views can reference model paths, and also how user input updates the model and the UI in real time. All right, so the app is now user interface driven, data-driven, and interactive. Well done so far, and we'll go into the step lesson 8. If you have not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and see you in the next video. Alright, so in this lesson 8, we are looking at translatable text using the I18N. So what this means is we are going to centralize the UI text for automatic translation. So if you know the SAP classic GUI, you have something like text elements and text symbols where you will not use hard-coded text. So likewise here, we are going to introduce one of the most important concepts of SAP UI5 development. So the I18N is short form for internationalization. So for instance, the text likes hello, say hello, hello world that we defined. These are hard-coded texts. So if a user speaks German or French or Spanish, we want the text to be displayed in that particular language. So SAP application supports multiple languages, and all text must be stored in a way that UI5 can translate automatically depending on the user browser language. And that's exactly what we are going to do today. So by the end of this lesson, what are we going to achieve in this step? You'll be able to move UI text into a translation file called i18n.properties. We can load the file using a resource model. We'll also bind translated text to UI controls. We will also replace dynamic values in translations like the user's name, and we'll also use proper I18N data binding in XML views. So let us begin. All right, so let's continue with the first step to create the I18N folder and properties. So what we need to do is go into the web app and create a folder, new folder. We are going to call this folder I18N, okay, and right inside this folder we are going to create a file called this is a mistake. The folder should be inside the web app, not the controller, so I move it out. I actually want to move it to web app. Yes, move. So yeah, the I18 folder should be inside the controller, and so I create a new file called i18n.properties. Okay, so inside the i18n.properties, we're going to add our text. So the text we're going to add will be show hello text. Show hello text equals, this is the value for the show hello text. Say hello, And then we can also add hello message, msg equals to hello. We give a placeholder. So the i18n properties file is a simple text containing key value pairs. So this is the key and this is the value. All right, notice that we don't put it in quotation. So UI5 will load this file and allow us to reference this text anywhere. Okay. So when we have placeholders like this, hello 0, so this represents dynamic values just like variables. So if we pass Victor to the message, right, for example, UI5 will replace this value with Victor and the result becomes hello Victor. All right, so you can have multiples. You can have multiples placeholder like this, separate with a comma, like this. This will be one separate with comma. You can have multiple placeholders like this. All right, so how does UI5 choose the language file? So in real application, you would have things like i18n underscore e.properties or i18n underscore de. So in real application, you have things like this. You have things like this, i18 underscore fr.properties, this of French, Französisch, i18 underscore de.properties. So SAP will automatically load the correct file based on browser language, SAP Fiori settings. So in this tutorial, we're only using one. So we are not defining either for English or for German here. So we only use one. This is just a side note for how you can configure your i18 file. Okay. Now we can save this. So in the next step, what to do is to update the controller to load the i18 model. So we go to our app.controller.js. And how do we do this? So, we go to the module sessions. In addition to the JSON module, we can add another module, SAP/UI/model, okay, model/i18/resource model. Then we need to add it to the parameter here, resource model. So we need to use the resource model in our function. Okay, so we are going to create the resource bundle. So we add it to our init function here. So this comma right here will separate, rather before the comma here, right, we add it here. So we're going to define the resource bundle and say const o resource model equals to new resource model. Right, let me do a tab to give me auto completion. So then we have bundle name, it will be UI5.walkthrough. So like I told you earlier, you read backwards. So the file is i18n in folder i18n. So these are namespace. So when we declare this as the bundle name, it knows how to go to the web app folder, look for the i18n folder, and then look for this file. All right. So this will update this will define the i18n resource model. Okay. So we have the namespace, the folder, and the file name. All right. Yeah, because I use autocomplete, the code is a bit different from what we have in the SAP UI5 walkthrough. So in the SAP UI5 walkthrough, you have const. Here, the name for the variable was i18n model. So, and then we set this resource to the view by saying this.getView.set model. And so the objects that we define, i18n model, and then we now give it a name i18n. So with this, we can access this model from XML or from JavaScript. Okay, so the next thing we need to do, is to update the onShowHello method. So we're going to combine the i18n and dynamic data. So what we need to do now is that we need to read message from the i18 model. So our onShowHello method will read message from the i18 model. Okay. And how do we do that? So we need to retrieve the name from the JSON model by defining an object, say const. So I'll copy this line from the walkthrough. So const old bundle, we attach it to the view, this.getView.get model i18n.get resource bundle. And then we also specify the recipient and we specify the message. So I'll just do a tab to autocomplete this. And we need to pass in the message here. So passing the message into message toast because we are interested in showing the message as message toasts. So let me explain this part once again. So the const s recipient, this will retrieve the name. It will retrieve the name from the JSON model. So this.getView.getModel.getProperty / recipient / name will retrieve the name from the JSON model, because if you go to our app.view, you see the value will be passing as recipient name. So in our app.control.js, the recipient name is received inside this variable x recipient, and then the message, and then we build the message using this placeholder. So a variable const s message equals to obundle.getText hello message, comma recipient. So what this does is this replaces recipient with the placeholder. Now, do you know where this message is coming from? If we go to our i18n properties, you see here that we define hello message. So hello message will be replaced with hello, and then the placeholder specified here will be replaced with the s recipient. And then we use the message toast to show message. Okay, so perfect. We have a translated dynamic UI5 message. So we are not yet done yet. We need to, let me save this. We need to update the XML view, app.view.xml, because we have hard-coded text here. Text say hello. So we can just replace this with i18n shown hello button. So because if you go to i18n, you see this is say hello. So when we go to the view, we need to replace this say hello with that variable name that we define in the i18n folder. Okay, and then the press on.show hello, that stays. So now what we did now is that we have added the i18 model with the name i18n. So we bind the text property using this key. So like this description now, we are going to leave it this way because for simplicity, in real application, we'll use something like a formatter or an i18n text with placeholder. So, but for now, let's just keep it this way. So, all right, before I test the application, let's look at common conventions that we must observe. So the first thing is that i18 model name is i18n. Okay, so the model name must be i18n. Default file is i18n.properties. You already see how we did it. So keys use lower camel case. So let me show you one more time. So the keys, if we go to i18n.property, so this is the key, this is the value. So the key use lower camel casing. So it's supposed to be, yeah, good that I found it. All right, use lower camel casing. And then let's see other conventions. Never manually concatenate translated strings. So do not just concatenate strings. Always use placeholders like 0 and 1 as illustrated. Use Unicode escapes for special characters. So especially for characters like the A umlaut, O umlaut, U umlaut in German. So use special escape, use Unicode escapes for these special characters. All right. So let's go on and test the application. So let's save all. Then I will go on and refresh the browser. Yeah, so let me open the console so that we can see why this is not working. Have some error. Just open, right click and go to inspect and check the console. Failed to load, so something about dependencies. All right, let me check the code again. All right, so let's refresh one more time. Okay, now we have our application working. So there's basically no difference between this and the last one, but now we have internationalization. So you can say hello Victor, and then your text can be like this. Text will be translatable, text will be in Deutsch, will be in German or French or whatever. All right, so this is the end of lesson 8, and next we will be looking at component configuration. All right, see you in the next video. Okay, so welcome to the lesson 9, and of course in the previous lesson I was a bit tired, but now we continue. So the lesson 9 is about component configuration. So here we are turning the application into a real SAP UI5 application using component.js, and this is actually one of the very important structural steps in the entire series. So up to now, our UI5 application, we started it manually from index.js. So we start our app here from index.js, and we render a view directly, and also we load models inside the controller. Okay, so this is fine for small application and for small demos, but real SAP UI5 applications use what we call a component, so not just a loose view. And this is the same structure that is used for SAP Fiori apps, SAP Launchpad tiles, enterprise UI5 applications. So today we are going to change and transform our small demo application into a proper industry standard UI5 application. So let's begin. The first thing we're going to look at is that what is a component in UI5? So basically a component is a modular reusable part of a UI5 application, and this encapsulates views, models, routing, and configuration. So in other words, a component is the entry point of any UI5 application. So the launchpad loads the component, not index.html. So when we use a component, it makes our app to be reusable, it makes our app to be portable, it makes our application to be compatible with Fiori Launchpad, and it also makes our app to be scalable and structured. So this is a major architectural milestone. So now let's go into the code and let us create component.js. Let's create a file called component.js. So we go right under the web app. Okay, so you click on web app and say new file. So this file, we are going to call it capital letter C, component.js. Hit on enter. And so if we copy the component.js code from the SAP walkthrough, which is, this is the initial version for the component.js, and then I explain what this contains, right? So this is a similar structure to what we have been doing before. We have sap.ui.define module, which takes in some dependencies and say, hey, this is the first module you are supposed to load. And then we have our functions that take in the parameters, and then we use those parameters in our function, right? So if we break it down, we see the first module that we load here is a UI component from SAP UI core, and this component, okay, so this is the base class. UI component is the base class, and our components that we are going to create will extend from it. So it's similar to when we created the controller. So we have a base class controller, we have this base class controller, and then we create another controller that extends the base class controller. So likewise, we have component.js base class, and we are going to inherit from the base class. Then there is what we call the init function. So the init function is automatically called. So this init function called the init function of the parent, and then SAP UI5 call this when the application starts. So UI components.prototype.init.apply in bracket this comma arguments. So this is the required super call, and this will ensure that the base class initialization runs correctly Okay, so this file is now ready to hold your entire application configuration. That's wonderful. Now the next thing we are going to do is to add what to call metadata and models to the component.js. So we are going to replace our component.js with a full version, okay, because we are going to be adding metadata, and then we're going to add models. All right, so right here we can add our dependencies. Here we add the JSON model, and then here also we add the resource model. We already covered this in the last step. Then comma, and then yeah. So inside the function, we are going to add the last part of the modules. So autocomplete, JSON model, resource model. Remember, it must be in the same order that you call them above. So let me use tab to autocomplete. Okay, so the next thing is that we need to also update this UI component.extend. Our UI components, we need to update the code to include the metadata section. So in UI5 component.extend, we are going to pass in UI5.walkthrough.component. So this is the name of our component, so component.js. Remember, read from right to left, component.js. So the application knows how to go into the web app and then look for component.js. Minimize this. Okay, now the next thing we need to do now is to add the metadata. So our init function remains init method. So here we add the metadata that has interfaces, root view, view name, type, and ID. And what does this mean? So the component has a metadata block, and so this defines the key configuration for the entire application, right? So interfaces, here we call sap.ui.core.isync content creation. So this actually, ignore the autocomplete for now. So this actually makes the component load asynchronously. We also explained this in the previous lesson. So this is the modern UI5 standard because one, is going to improve the performance, it's going to improve responsiveness, it's going to also improve the rendering. And now we also have in the metadata section, we have what we call the root view. So this root view is actually telling UI5 when the application starts, automatically load app.view as a root view. So we have root view here and then the view name. So when the application starts, what is the first view we want to load? That's where it comes. So it goes to app.js. Sorry, it goes to app, where is it? App.view rather, not JS, app.view.xml. So it goes to web app and then look for app.view under the view folder. All right, so this will load the app.xml automatically, and then of course the ID, the root view will use the ID called app, and the type we know is an XML type, app.view.xml. So now the component to manage the view, not the index.js file. So this component now is responsible for managing the view, not our index.js file that we used earlier. All right, now we go to the step 3. We are going to move the models to component.js. So our data model that we wrote in previous step, the JSON model, and also the I18N model, which is a resource model, we are going to update them in our component.js file. Okay, and this is important because models should always be created in the component, not inside views or controllers. Okay, so let me just add the model, then I'll tell you the more reasons why we should create models inside component and not inside views or controllers. So after our init method, we add the model. So keep this bracket here and let's set the data model. We create the instance, constant Odata. We create the path, the recipient, and this is the temporary text, or the default text rather, as a name. Okay, so and then what we'll do now is to create the instance for the JSON model. Const O model equals to new JSON model Odata using this information that we declared above. And then we set it to the view, or rather we set it to the model using this.setModel OModel. Of course, I'm getting auto completion here to also implement the I18N model. Okay, so we set the I18 model, const I18 model is equal to new resource model, and our bundle name is UI5.walkthrough.i18n.i18n. This also explains the last step, and then we set it to this model using the model name I18n. Okay, this is also one of the conventions that we must always set it to I18n, right? Okay, so I told you that models should always be created in the component.js file, not inside the views or controllers. The reason is because component is the root of the application. So all nested views automatically inherit the models. So this will keep controllers focused on logic and not setup. It also matches SAP Fiori standard. So now our entire application shares the JSON model and the I18N model from a single clean location. Okay, so we don't need to be creating the JSON model and the I18 model for every views and every component.js. And every controller.js. So if we keep it in the component.js, we have one single location for all the views. Okay, now we are going to update the app.controller.js. Okay, since the component now manages the models, so the controller no longer needs the onInit method. Okay, so the controller has onInit method we're going to remove. So let's remove this onInitialization method that we created. So we're only going to keep the onShowHello method. So the onInit method we can remove. So our onShow method still has the read message from I18N model and the show message using message toast. Okay, so this is a simpler and cleaner controller. This is the beauty of UI5 architecture as the application grows. All right, so let me save this, Ctrl S, and the next thing we're going to do is also we are going to update index.js to use component container. All right, so let's go to our index.js. So instead of having XML view, our index.js is going to use the component container, and so we need to use the module SAP UI /core/component container, right? So in our arrow function, we're going to remove this XML view and replace it with component container. Of course, we keep the use strict, and also we are going to remove this view creation. So let's remove all this. Then we are going to create a new component container using the new keyword and say new component container. Is going to have name, is going to have ID, and is going to have the asynchronous to be set to true, and we use the place at. All right, so this is what we have. And just to recap one more time, we have a component container. So this is special controls that will load the component inside the page, and the name is called UI5.walkthrough. This is our namespace. We already see this, and async equals to true means that it's going to load asynchronously, and we use the .place to place the entire application through the component into the HTML body. So we have the HTML body has the ID content, so we are placing the content of our component.js in our HTML body through that link. So this completes the shift from manually inserting views to a full UI5 application. So this step is important because we have now changed our project from a simple tutorial application into a fully structured, launchpad ready enterprise UI5 application. So using a component, actually, what are the importance of using a component before I test? So using a component allows our application to run inside SAP Fiori Launchpad. It allows our application to use routing. It also helps us to load multiple views. It also helps us to manage global models, and it helps us to scale as the project grows. So this is how professional UI5 applications are built. And this is, so let me save and run the application. So let's go to save all. So we don't expect any difference in the UI. So what we are doing so far is just restructuring. So application will behave normal. So npm start. So we open it in the server has started on our local host. All right. So in case it's not loading, just open the console. You just right click on your screen, inspect, and then this opens and you click on console to see if there are any errors. But so far we don't have any errors. So like I said, the application still behave as expected. So hello Victor, it has a live update, and then if you click on say hello, you have a message toast. So application still behave the way it was in the previous lesson. However, we have a more structured UI5-like application which you can scale easily. All right. So what have we achieved in step 9? At this point, you know what a component is. You know why SAP UI5 uses component.js. You know how to define a root view. You know how to centralize models, and you know how to bootstrap application using component container. You also know how to organize your folder structure and how to prepare your application for real SAP environment. So if you are new to this channel, please support me by subscribing. So, all right, so we go to the next lesson. Thank you for watching. All right, so we are in the lesson 10. Of course, if you're not subscribed, please support this channel by subscribing. So this is a free resource tutorial. Most tutorials like this are paid for. However, I'm taking my time to go through this to share the knowledge with you guys. Please subscribe and share with others. So in the lesson 10, we're looking at the app descriptor called the manifest.json. So this is separating configuration from code and making our application Fiori ready. Okay, so in the last step, we introduced what we call component.js, which changed our simple demo into a structured UI5 application. But now we are going another step further. So we want to move all application configuration out of component.js into a dedicated file called manifest.json. Okay, so the file is called the application descriptor. So the manifest.json file is called application descriptor, and almost every real SAP Fiori app uses this file. And without it, SAP Fiori Launchpad cannot run your application. So this is a major milestone. So your SAP is now starting to look and behave like a real professional SAP application. You might want to ask, why do we need manifest.json, right? So before this step, we created component.js. Component.js was creating models. Component.js was also loading the root view. And then we had index.html that was instantiating the component. But also before SAP Fiori Launchpad, or rather SAP Fiori Launchpad does not use index.html. So what a manifest.js does is that it allows the loading of our application without index.html file. It also helps us to declare supported devices, okay, which devices can our application be run on. And then it automatically creates models. It also allows declaring of the root view, and it also allowed the resources to be centrally loaded. And also it allows SAP tools like Launchpad, FLP, Content Manager, etc., and for you to also understand your application. So basically the manifest.js will make your application to be portable, to be maintainable, to be future-proof, and also to be compliant with SAP Fiori architecture. All right, so now let's go to the code. We are going to add manifest.json file. So how do we do this? We go to web app, go to our folder called web app. You can click on this, and then either you click on new file here, or you right click and then say new file. So the manifest is with a small m, manifest.json. Oh, okay, we already created this in previous walkthrough, I guess. So it's a manifest.json file already exists at this location, so there's no need to create this again. So yeah, already created it in the initialization step, so we don't need to create it again. So right here, we are going to update the manifest.json file. So we are going to have three sections. We're going to have the SAP.app application metadata section, and there's also going to be the SAP.UI, which is the UI technology metadata section, and also SAP.UI5. So I'm going to copy the code from the walkthrough. You can also do the same for the manifest.json file, and I will explain the three sections. All right, so here's our manifest.json file, and what is going on here. So first we have the SAP.app application metadata. So this section describes your application. It tells what is the ID of application. So in this application, we have UI5.walkthrough. So these are ID. So this unique ID must match your component namespace. So if we go to our components, we have the namespace here in our component UI5.walkthrough. So this namespace must be the same thing that we have in our manifest.json. And also where the translation file is located, UI5 loads it automatically. So this is the translation field, okay, I18N, and we have our I18N in a folder called I18N, and the file is i18n.properties. So this makes it possible that the translation file is loaded automatically by UI5. And then we have the title and description. So this use handlebars syntax. So we have double curly bracket, app title, and the description, app description. So this means the title here, UI5 will look for app title in your I18N file, and the launchpad will display this title. Okay, so title here will now be based on what was defined in the I18N file. I18N file is the file for internationalization, for language translation. So I already covered it also in previous steps, so you can have a look at that. That's in step 8. Okay, and then we have the application version. So this is just metadata for deployment and upgrade. So these are version 1.0.0. Now the second part is the SAP.UI. So this is the second section of the manifest.js, SAP.UI. So this is the UI technology metadata. So this tells SAP UI5 that the app uses UI5. So the technology is equal to UI5. So application is using UI5. And the supported devices. So what are the supported devices for this application? We have devices. The first one is desktop, tablet, and phones. So UI5 application supports all 3 devices. And then the third one is the SAP.UI. The third section is the SAP.UI5. And here, this is the most important section. This tells UI5 which UI libraries our application needs. So yeah, so this actually tells the SAP UI5 the libraries that we want to use, or the libraries that are needed for application. So for example, we have the SAP.m and then the SAP.UI.core, and we also tell the UI5 which model to load automatically. So inside the models, here we declare that the I18N resource model. So we declare the I18N resource model here, and this means we can now remove the I18 model creation from component.js. So we don't need to create the I18N in our component.js. So our manifest.js file will be where we'll create the resource model, and UI5 will handle it for us. So then we can also define which view is the root view. So that's the other part, the root view. So what is our root view? And our root view is defined here. So instead of setting it inside the component.js here, we move it into the manifest.js. Okay, separation of concern. So now our entire application can be instantiated without index.html. So we need to update all these files that I mentioned because we have removed, we are controlling the resource model in our manifest.js. The root view is also in our manifest.js, so we also need to update the corresponding files. All right, so now the first place we are going to update is we are going to update the index.html. Okay, so we are going to replace index.html file. What we have so far, we are going to change certain things. So in the body tag, we are going to add a div. Okay, so this div will carry the name for application, the ID, and also the namespace. So I'll get a copy, I'll get the code from the walkthrough. You can also get this code. And so what changed now in our index.html file, the things that change now is that UI5 will now load the component support module, which is this data SAP UI component. So this will allow UI5 to scan the HTML and automatically load components. So this is more like the base class of the component. And when the UI5 loads, it scans the HTML file. And so instead of just running the HTML file and say, oh, okay, what are the tags? It checks and then loads the components. So we no longer import index.js because the descriptor and the component supports do all the work. Okay, so now if you don't know what a div is, this is a div. A div declares our component. So UI5 reads these HTML tags and then loads the component, it loads the root view, and then it loads all the models that we have automatically. So index.js can be deleted. So we no longer require index.js. Okay? All right, so let's delete the index.js. Delete. Move to recycle bin. Yes. All right, so now we continue with updating the i18n.properties file. So let's go to the i18n.properties file. So here we are going to add app title and then app description. All right. Remember that in our manifest.js, we specify that the title will be app title. Go to our manifest.js. In the title, you see app title, okay, and then in the description, you see app description. So the SAP UI5 will be able to display the title that is specified from the i18n.properties based on the language settings. So like I explained before, you know, we can create multiple i18n.properties in different languages. For instance, you can say i18n_de.properties for Deutsch, for German, or i18n_fr.properties for French. So the SAP UI5 will now display the language based on the browser language settings. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to update component.js file. So we go to our components.js file. So we are going to remove the i18n model from the component.js. So we are going to replace it with, we are going to also replace the root view with manifest.json. So let's do that update. So we come to our return UI component.extend. So right here, we're going to remove the root view and then replace it with manifest. Okay, so remove everything right here. We say keep the interfaces. sap.ui.core is synchronous. Then right under here, we write manifest, small m, JSON. Yeah, we also need to remove the i18n model. And then we are left with this. So we are left with the set data model, the path, the recipient, and the name, the initial value. And then we create the instance of the JSON model and then set it to this model using the this keyword, this.set model, o model. All right, so this will now instruct UI5 to use manifest.json file for the configuration, that's for the component configuration, and this is actually the modern and the recommended approach. So instead of keeping our JSON configurations in our component, we put everything in the manifest.json file. So right here, we put also the root view here. We also put the resource model for the I18N also in the manifest.json file. All right, so let's wrap it up. So we're going to save, and then of course there are no changes to our code. So even if you save all and you run, you still get the same functionality. So there are no UI changes, just structural upgrade and refactoring in a modern way. So let's refresh. So let's refresh right here. We'll see have our button. We'll see have the input field. Yeah. So when I refreshed, I got a blank page. So let's inspect. Let's go to the console. Something went wrong somewhere. Then let's refresh again and see why. Go to the console. So when you refresh, you can see the error messages and see if you can trace it from here. Okay. Something was missing in the index.html file. The SAP data -SAP UI -on init. So right here, we need to change the module to be component support. So instead of using index, because remember we deleted the index.js file, and that's why we get this error right here. So yeah, where is the error? Get this error right here. Refuse to execute script from index.js because we already removed it, right? And so we needed to update that in the index.html page. So I'll just go ahead to update that. So right now we have it needs to be module SAP UI core component support. All right, so let's save it one more time. File, save all, and then so let's refresh the page one more time, and there we go. There you have it. So in the same application, when you click on the say hello, you get the message toast, hello world, and then if you say hello Victor, you have hello Victor here, and if you click on the button, you also get hello Victor, and let's see hello India, because most of my viewers are from India. And then when you click this, you say hello India, not Indian, hello India. All right, so what did we achieve in this step 10, which is the app descriptor? We now have a fully structured UI5 application. We have component-based architecture, and we have the descriptor driven configuration. We have automatic modeling, automatic model loading, and also a launchpad ready application. We have also done clean separation between code and configuration, which is industry standard structure. So our application is now a professional grade, exactly how SAP Fiori apps are designed. All right. So if you are new, please don't forget to subscribe. And then we go to the step 11 next. All right, welcome to lesson 11, and we are looking at pages and panels. So in this lesson, we are going to look at how you can structure your user interface with app, with page, and with panel. And you also be learning about aggregations. So now that, we have been working on how to improve our UI application, right? So the application has a clean architecture. We've created the component. We've created the manifest.json. It's now time to make the UI itself look more like a real SAP Fiori application. Of course, you hear me saying this a lot. We are making it more real. So yeah, let's go. So in this lesson, what are you going to learn? You are going to learn how to use SAP UI structures, pages. You're also going to learn how to use app and the page controls. You're also going to learn how to group content inside a panel. You're going to learn how to add titles from our i18n.properties file, which is internationalization. We are also going to learn how to understand control aggregations, which is a core UI5 concept. All right, so how do we begin? In this lesson, of course, there will not be any logic. There will not be any logic, any change in our logic, but it is purely about user interface. It is purely about presentation. So the first thing we need to do is to update our app.view.xml file. So let's go to our app.view to the XML file. So we need to replace our app.view.xml file. We need to add app. We need to add app to our content. We need to encapsulate our content in app. So you can go ahead to also copy the, at this point, app.view.xml file from the walkthrough, also from the GitHub when it's uploaded. Then I will explain the changes that we've made. So now let's now understand the SAP UI5 page structure. So SAP UI5 application typically follows a structure like this. You have app, you have pages, you have content, and then we have controls. Okay, these are the controls. One more time: app, page, content, and controls. So now let's explore them one by one. So when we talked about the app is the application container. So the app kind of control, the app control actually is from sap.m and is a top level container. So this provides a place to hold multiple pages. So when we have app, we can add multiple pages to our app, and then it also provides automatic mobile settings such as meta tags for mobile viewports. So if you want to add mobile settings, mobile meta tags, you can also do it with the app control. And we can also have built-in animated page navigations. And inside the app also, it provides the shell for the user interface. So this is what SAP Fiori uses under the hood. Okay, so that's that about the app. And the next section is the pages. So like we said, the app can hold multiple pages, and the page is a single screen. Okay, so when you open it, when you have a form and you want to a login form, that's a single page, right? So that is a page. You can have a login form, you can have a contacts form. So these are different pages. So our app can have these different pages embedded in them. Okay, now like we know, a page, or like I've said, represents one screen in our application. So a page has a title, and we get this title from the I18N file because of language. So we don't want to just hard code the title to be, let's say, to be English. So if you just say, here is my title, and you just put it as English, then when you have a German system, it will be hard to get the translatable text, which we covered in lesson 8 or step 8. So here we just keep it as a reference from the i18n.properties file. So we are still talking about the pages. So what other things what are the other features of a page? So a page also has a header area. Okay, so it has a header area. For example, you have header text here. So header text, we also get the text from our i18n.properties file, so which is our language translator file. Okay, and then it also contains a content aggregation where your controls go. So we have content inside the pages, inside the page, and this will now be where all the contents or all the controls that we use on this particular page. This is where we'll put them. So one of the controls is the button control. So on this single page, we have button, we have input. Okay, and then it can also contain we are still talking about the page, right? It can also contain navigation buttons like the back buttons, footers, etc. So now, since we already indicated here that the title is from i18n, we need to update the i18n to have this variable here called homepage title. So I'm going to copy this homepage title and then go to the i18n properties and add it. Okay, so I can just come down here and add it right here. Home page title equals to, so we're going to call this walkthrough, right? So that the home page title will now carry, let's just say walkthrough. So the home page title will carry walkthrough. So based on the language, I'll repeat again. You can change it. If it's German, you can create another i18n.properties for German file and then change this content here to a German text. All right, so let's still go back to our app.view. We are explaining the app, the pages, and the content. So inside the pages, we have page, and then inside a page we have content. So inside the content has panel. So a panel can be seen as a box to group related controls. Of course, I've explained this, but I'm going back again to reiterate why a panel is here. So a panel is a box that will now have different related controls. So a panel is used to group UI elements visually. So here we have one panel. So this button and this input from our UI, we say, okay, this is one panel. So our button and the input should be one panel. So we group it in one panel. So you can create another panel and group related controls. Don't keep controls that are not related in the same panel, right? So now a panel, and then inside the panel we have the header text. So this header text now becomes the panel's title. So each panel, you can add a header to each panel. And so likewise, we need to update our I18N properties with this title. Let's say, let's copy this and go to the I18N.properties and add this. So hello panel title, what should be the text? We can just say, oh, okay, in the declaration, yeah, let's just say hello world. All right, so let's save this, Control S. So this will now create a nice professional looking container for us, and something you definitely have seen in many SAP Fiori applications. So we are adding the controls. All right, so to give more explanation or elaboration, of course this video is for absolute beginners, so if you feel I'm a bit slow, you can skip to the next video, but I'm taking my time to explain this for absolute beginners. And so inside the panel, we have panel, right? Panel. So inside the panel, we have our content, which also has the controls. So content groups or content carries our controls. So we now have a button for the hello message. So remember we already gave this text in our I18N file, and then we also create this event, and we also have an input for entering the name. So these ones remain exactly as they have been before, and just visually organized, right? So now the next thing we need to answer is, so we added something, a display block equals true to our MVC view tag, okay? And why is this? Why should we say display block equals true? The reason is SAP UI5 pages need the view to behave like a block level container so that the app and the page structures fills the full screen. So the height and width is calculated correctly. Mover view also will work properly. So without this, the content will just fill the entire page. So it's important to have our display block equals to true. All right. So the next concept that we're going to be looking at is control aggregation. So listen carefully, this is a super important concept. Control aggregations. And this step introduces control aggregations, which defines how controls contain other controls. Okay, for example, we have our app can have 0 to n number of pages, meaning that app can hold multiple pages, right? So our app, see app here, we can have multiple pages, right? And a page, app can have multiple pages. A page also can have 0 to n content. So page can have multiple contents. All right, so a page also can have multiple controls inside the content area. Okay, so we are looking at what? Control aggregation. While a panel, this is our panel here, can also have 0 to n contents. So this is aggregation. App, in our app here, once again, can have multiple pages. So inside app, you can have pages, and then a pages can also have multiple page, or rather, let me say a page can have multiple contents that now have different controls inside those contents. So the meaning of this is that you can place as many controls as you want inside a panel. So this is a panel, you can have many controls inside the panel, and understanding aggregation is actually very important for building UI5 elements. So as time goes on, we'll also look at this again. I'm not sure if I explained this perfectly, but I think if we do more practical examples, you get the gist. So they also define where and how controls can nest inside each other. All right, so let's go to the next step. We're going to update the i18n properties. So let's go to the i18n.properties file. All right, we already updated, so there is no other reason why we should update. Okay, so now what did we achieve in step 11? In this 11, we have done a proper UI structure. I'm going to save and show you what we got in step 11 in a minute. Then we're going to have a page with a title. We are going to have a panel that shows how to group controls visually, reusable controls also that have been organized professionally, and i18n driven labels for titles, and a functional look, a fully functional look that resembles real Fiori applications. Knowledge of aggregations in UI5. So let's save and then see what we have done so far. File, save all. I'm intentionally not using Cursor AI too much for this because this walkthrough tutorials, and for the fundamentals it's important that you understand the basics. Okay, so now let's go to refresh our browser. And yes, this is what we have. Walk through hello world, say hello, and say hello. Now in the next video, we are going to work on how to properly format this text. So you could see what we have on our app. Okay. So, and we have just one page. So on this page, our page title is home page title. So this page title here was declared in our i18n home page title as walkthrough. And then after the page title, we have the panel. Okay. So if I show you the code again, so after that page title walkthrough, we have what? The panel, and the panel has content which has controls. So what's the header for our panel? Hello panel title, which will be hello world. And that same thing you will see here. This is our panel title, which is hello world. And so inside this panel, we have grouped similar controls inside the content. So that's why they are together. So we have the button, and then we have the input field. So if you click on this, you see get the message toast, which displays hello world. And then this is our input that is updated live. So hello Victor. And so we have here hello Victor, and if you click on say hello, it says hello Victor. Okay, so this is how far we can go with step 11, and then we'll go to the next step. If you are new, please subscribe to this channel, support me and encourage me to bring more SAP tutorials, and see you in the next video. All right, so welcome to the lesson 13, which is the shell control as container. So this lesson is about wrapping the app in a responsible shell like the SAP Fiori Launchpad. So, our app now has so far a proper UI with an app, page, and panel layouts. So in this lesson, we are going to wrap the entire UI inside the shell control. And the shell control is a special SAP UI5 container that gives your application a modern, centered, and then responsible appearance. So this is actually the same type of shell that is used by many SAP Fiori applications to do the following things. Number one, to center content on wide screens. So if there's a wide screen, this shell will enable the content to be centered. And then it also adds device-specific adaptations. Thirdly, it also provide a unified application Chrome. And also the fourth one is that it automatically apply what we call a letterbox layout on desktop. Okay. Yeah, so these are the four things, or the four features that you get when you use a shell. Content are centered, device-specific adaptations, a unified application Chrome, and then automatically apply a letterbox layout on desktop. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to update our app.view, and we're just going to add shell. We're going to wrap around our app with shell. So let's open this app.view. So right here before the app, you can just wrap it with shell with a capital S, shell, and let's put the cursor here to see. Yeah, and then we can close it here. Closing tag, shell. Okay, so we're going to break it down and then explain what is the shell control and why it is important to use it, or when can we have it. So the shell control, which is from sap.m.shell, is actually a top level container that is used to wrap our application or to wrap an application. You can think of the shell like as a frame or a wrapper that is wrapped or used to wrap around your application. And the reason why you should use shell is because for desktop screen, the shell introduces what we call letterboxing. So meaning the app is centered with nice margins and they are not stretched to the edge. On mobile screens, the app automatically becomes full screen. That's impressive, right? And then it also provides a more polished, modern, and Fiori-like experience. So all applications, we have to follow conventions, we have to follow standards, right? So you don't want to create your own application that is different from everyone else. So SAP Fiori apps in the launchpad, this is important. They sit inside even a larger shell, but when you are building a standalone UI5 application, adding your own shell gives it a more consistent look and feel. So let's take a look at the hierarchy for the shell. So you have shell. So the shell is used to wrap around our application, the app, and then the app wraps around the page, and the page wraps around panels, and inside the panels we have our buttons and the inputs, right? So this is the recommended structure for standalone UI5 application. Okay, so why we use the shell as the most outermost control? Why do we need to use it as the most outermost control? The first reason is because of the automatic letterboxing that I explained on desktop earlier. And then if a user has a very wide monitor, the shell limits your app to a more readable width. And then this also prevents stretched layouts, giant empty spaces, and then you have UI elements, and then you have it also prevents UI elements that are spreading too far apart. Okay, so now this using this shell gives us two advantages actually. We have better responsiveness and then better visual consistency. So this better responsiveness is that the SAP UI5 will adjust many UI patterns automatically depending on whether the app is running on mobile, on a tablet, or on a wide desktop screen. And then the second advantage is better visual consistency. So your application or your app will feel closer to a Fiori application even outside the SAP Launchpad. So important note, so this is very important thing that we must know is that in the SAP walkthrough tutorial, it states that we don't add shell control if the app runs in the SAP Fiori Launchpad. So if you are building an app for SAP Fiori Launchpad, you do not need to add extra shell because the SAP Fiori Launchpad already provides its own shell around your components. So if you wrap your app in another shell, you get shell inside the shell. So the UI breaks and becomes double wrapped. And then of course, styling can become inconsistent. So in real projects, typically standalone applications, you will use shell, and then Fiori Launchpad applications, you do not use shell. So for this walkthrough tutorial, since it's a standalone application, we are going to be using shell. So shell is a perfect option for us. And also there's the option to also customize your shell, and the shell control allows you to customize background image. That's quite impressive. Custom brand logo, changing colors, adjusting app with behavior, and then you can exploit the API to gain more information on how to customize the shell. All right, so before we look at what we have achieved for the step 12, let's save our work and then see the difference when we introduce shell. Okay, so we're gonna save
Open our browser. So let's look at critically what we have. So we have some margin here. We have, let's go to reset 100% so we can see everything clearly and then see when the shell is introduced. So now I'm going to refresh to see the difference. So I'm refreshing the page. Yeah, okay. So you need to zoom out a lot to be able to see that if you can see clearly like this point here. Yeah, so you can see the shell. Let me go to sources. Yeah, so if you zoom out, you could actually see the shell when you go to inspect elements on the page. So we could see, you can see the shell. So our application is covered in the shell. All right. Okay, so of course there's no changes in our UI or logic. Everything remains the same. So what did we achieve in step 12? We have wrapped our app inside a responsive, mobile-friendly shell, okay? And we are centered nicely. The app will now be centered nicely on large screens. They are visually consistent with SAP Fiori design principles and, of course, more user-friendly on all devices. Our app also now is architecturally aligned with real SAP apps. All right, so thank you for watching so far. And if you're new to my channel, please don't forget to hit the like button and to subscribe. See you in the next video. Alright, so welcome back to the SAP UI5 tutorial walkthrough, and this is lesson 13. We are going to talk about margins and paddings. So in the last step, we actually wrapped our application inside the shell, okay, inside the shell rather, and this is actually to improve the overall layout and responsiveness. However, our content is still stuck with edges of the screen. So let me show you what we have. So let's do npm start to run the local server, npm starts. So our content is still stuck on the edges of the screen. So we see something like this. Look at this, and also this here, right? This point right here, we need some space, right? So we want it to look professional, although this is functional. So in this step, we are going to fix this. So we'll fix this by adding margins and paddings, okay, and using the standard SAP UI5 CSS classes. Why is this important? The standard SAP UI5 CSS classes, this is recommended because it keeps the layout responsive. It also avoids writing manual CSS. It respects UI5 theming and spacing rules, and it works flawlessly for right to left languages. And finally, it automatically adapts for mobile, tablet, and desktop. So now let's get to the code and make the UI look clean and properly spaced. So I'll open my IDE. So the first thing we're going to do, we are going to update our app.view.xml right here. And what do we need to do? So we are going to add classes, SAP UI5 class, to the panel, to the buttons. So let me first add to the panel. Okay, the panel is right here. And so under the header text, we can add a class. And this class is called SAP UI responsive margin, and then we'll give a width of auto. I will explain this shortly. And then for the button also, we add a class to it, okay? And the name of the class is going to be SAP UI small margin. So put the class in between this right here. Class SAP UI small margin end. I will explain what this means. And then likewise for the text, we are going to add a text control that will say hello recipient name. So the inputs will be concatenated here. So it will be hello and the input. I'm going to give a class SAP UI small margin. Now let's explain the new additions. So basically, SAP UI5 provides many built-in classes for spacing, and they are theme aware, responsive, and standard across SAP apps. So what that means is when you use these classes, they know that they are with SAP UI5. So they use the kind of themes, the colors that
comes with Fiori applications. So now we applied to the panel right here. We applied to the panel a class called SAP UI responsive margin. So what this does is this adds automatically outer margins around the panel. So SAP UI responsive margin, there will be automatic outer margins around the panel. So it behaves differently depending on the screen size. So if there's a desktop, we have a normal margin. If it's a tablet, we have slightly reduced margin. And then if it's a phone portrait, we have the margins are removed to save space. So this ensures that your layout always look clean without writing custom CSS. Now, you might ask, okay, what of the width argument here, the auto? So now a panel normally takes 100% width. So adding a margin to 100% width element would overflow the page. So setting width to auto will now ensures three things: that the panel is narrower than the screen, and then the margins will fit correctly, so the layout will always remain centered. Okay, so now the next thing that we added the small space after the button. We added a class to the button. So SAP UI small margin end. So what this does is it will add a small space after the button. So this prevents the input field from sitting directly next to the button. So the end parts will adapt automatically depending on reading directions, whether it's from left to right or right to left. So UI5 takes care of localization automatically. And then another thing we added was we added a text control instead of input description. Previously, the input has description equals to hello. So I'm going to remove this from here. Okay. And then, but the issue is descriptions are small and they are not meant for dynamic text in all use cases. So we now add a text control. So this will give us more control, better spacing, clearer styling, and give us a very good UI. So this text also has a small margin to visually separate it. That's why we now use SAP UI margin. All right. Okay, now that we have seen this, I'm going to the theory before I show us more about what we have implemented. So in case you are not aware, what are margins and paddings in UI5? So SAP UI5 comes with standard spacing system. So these are common margins that are used: SAP UI tiny margin, SAP UI small margin, SAP UI medium margin, SAP UI large margin, SAP UI responsive margin, and SAP UI small margin begin. So all this you can play with them. And also we have paddings: SAP UI small padding, SAP UI content padding, SAP UI responsive content padding. You can also play around with this. So these classes actually ensure consistency across applications. So something SAP is very particular about. Now, the next question is, why should we use UI5 layout classes? Okay, why should we use it? So the reason is using a UI5 layout class is actually the best practice. And this is because using UI5 spacing classes will provide responsive spacing, consistency across all SAP applications. So you don't need to bother out to remember, oh, what was the margin I used in the previous view. So there's consistency across all SAP apps. So the SAP apps that someone else designed using these classes will always have the same consistency. There's also automatic right to left support. Okay. The theme compatibility. So we have high contrast, dark custom themes, and then there is no need for handwritten CSS. So this is one of the small but important details that make SAP Fiori apps look clean and professional. All right, so let's test to actually see what we have done. So we're going to save this, save all, and then let's go to the browser and refresh. So just take note before we refresh. So now you see that we now have good margin, and then you have a good padding here. Good padding, good margins. The text is properly padded, and then you have good margins. Okay, so what have we learned in lesson 13?
Or step 13, we now have a visually pleasing spacing that uses panels with consistent margins. We can style our UI without using manual CSS. And then we can also use dynamic text instead of input description. So what we have done so far is taking us closer to real Fiori designs guideline, and it works better across all screen sizes. Okay, so if you are new, please don't forget to share this video to someone and also to subscribe. See you in the next video. Alright, welcome to step 14, custom CSS and theme colors. We are going to be adding fine grained styling to our SAP UI5 application. And so far we have actually built a well-structured functional UI, but sometimes you want very specific styling that goes beyond what the SAP standard classes provide. And this is where custom CSS comes in. And before we continue, let's have a look at the quick warning where you want to use your own custom CSS. What does SAP has to say? So it says that from the walkthrough documentation, it says SAP UI5 does not guarantee that internal HTML structure or CSS classes remain stable across updates. So if you override default styling, so when there's an update, even if it's a minor update, it can break your custom CSS, and you must retest your styles every update. So you should never do this if your application runs inside SAP Fiori Launchpad, because UI5 is centrally controlled there. So, but in our walkthrough, it's totally fine because we control the UI5 version. But remember this, that when you're building real customer applications, be careful if you want to do custom CSS. Alright, so what we intend to achieve by the end of step 14, we are going to see or achieve the spacing between button and the input field becomes smaller. So if you see the spacing between the button and this input field is going to be smaller because it's too wide. It's too wide. Alright, then the hello text, the hello name text become more bold. So this one here is going to be bold. And then all styling applies only to our application, not to other UI5 apps. Okay, so this is what we aim to achieve in these steps. All right, so now let's go and create the CSS file. All right, so you can toggle in cursor, you can toggle to bring out your file structure by using Ctrl B and bring it back on. So I need to create a folder called CSS inside our web app. So right click and then say new folder. So we need to create a folder called CSS, and then inside the CSS we create a file called css.style. So I beg your pardon, called style.css, style.css. So CSS is, for those who are new to programming, it's the file that's used to style your HTML tags. Alright, so we are going to add the following code from the walkthrough into our CSS file, then I'm going to explain what it does. Okay, so now let's understand this. The first one here, HTML direction. This DR means direction, left to right. And then these are class names, my app, demo, walkthrough, my custom button, SAP m button. Then the left to right in English or German, so the margin goes on the right, so LTR, margin goes on the right. And then if it's RTL, or I mean to say this is right to left, this is right to left. Maybe if you're talking now, dealing with something like Arabic or Hebrew, so the margin must be on the left. And if it is left to right, in cases like English and German, the margin goes on the right. So SAP UI5 supports right to left out of the box, but when you write custom CSS, you must handle this manually. So this my app demo WT or walkthrough, this is a namespace class that is added to the app control. Okay. And why is this? Because UI5 apps can run inside each other, that's inside the Fiori Launchpad, and you want your CSS to apply only to your app, not every button in the entire system. Okay, so let's go to the app.view. Let me copy this app.view. We apply the app.view to our app and say class equals, I paste it here, my app demo WT. All right, so let's go back So, and then this other class that we added here, which is my custom button. So what this does is this will add our margin override. So it makes spacing smaller and pixel more perfect, and this will give us more control than SAP UI5 standard margin. Okay, so my custom button class, so this class is added to our button. So let's go to app and look for a button. So instead of this right here, SAP UI5 margin, we can remove this and then put our custom CSS class, which is my custom button. Copy, go to app.view and then paste it right here. Okay, so let's go back once again. And then let's go back to the app view once more. So for the text, we are going to maybe call it formatted text, and let's add our own special custom classes. We're going to remove this. All right, so we now have SAP UI small margin, SAP theme highlight color, and then my custom text. If you go to the style, you see my custom text here. So sap.m.formatted text. So sap.m.formatted text, it will allow HTML formatting, and it will also allow custom CSS classes, and it also allows inline styling. So we apply this class to the formatted text. So what's the meaning of this? In essence, when you have SAP UI small margin, this is the standard UI5 margin, and the SAP theme highlights hyphen as color. This uses the theme's highlight color, which is auto dark and light model. And then my custom text makes text bold plus inline block. If you go to the style, we have display is inline block and the font weight is bold. All right. So this gives a dynamic theme aware highlight color. So let's save this and file, save all, and let's go to the browser and refresh. So we can see the hello world is now bold, and then the space here is reduced. And if you click on, you see get the message toast hello world. Here let's see the live, let us still see the live update. Hello Victor. Okay. All right, so this is what we achieved in step 14. We're able to use custom spacing, bold formatted output text, right to left support, and UI5 approved way of loading custom styles. All right, so thank you for sticking around. And in the next lesson, we are going to look at nested views. All right, welcome to the step 15 or lesson 15. Unfortunately, I already recorded lesson 15 to lesson 17, but while recording, my recorder crashed. Okay, and yeah, I lost that recording and I have to make it again. So welcome back to lesson 15. And so in this lesson, we are talking about nested views and refactoring our UI into smaller reusable pieces. So from previous video, this is what we have so far. Yeah, and from here, we know that our UI is becoming more complex. So we see that the panel has several controls. We see the button, we see the input, and then a formatted text. This text is formatted, and all these are mixed up inside the main app view. So if we open the app view, appview.xml, we see that all those controls are inside this app view. And this works, of course, for the small application, but if our application needs to scale up, and as the application grows, mixing everything inside one massive view becomes hard to maintain. So maintainability becomes a big problem. And so in this step, we will apply a fundamental UI5 step, best practice. So we are going to move parts of the UI into a separate view. So, and if we move part of those UI into a separate view, like part of the panel, the buttons into a separate view, we are going to have a cleaner structure, reusable building blocks, so we can reuse those parts in other views. And it will also be easier to navigate between application apps. And also this gives us a better alignment with the model view controller architecture, which is the MVC. So now let's move to the panel section, and then we'll move this panel section into its own dedicated view. So we are going to update the app.view.xml right now. So this is our first step. we go to the app.view.xml file, and we are going to remove the whole of this panel section, which contains the button, the input, and the formatted text. So let me show you on the screen. So all this right here, so all this that you're seeing right here, this one here, the hello world, the say hello, message toast, the input, and the formatted text, these are one panel. So we want to move this panel into its own separate view, okay? So if we move it into its own separate view, then we can reuse it in different views instead of just having it in only one place. And then when we want to create another page that will have a panel, we need to recreate it now. So we are going to create a separate view for the panel, right? And so let me start with that. So let's go to the view. So we're going to create a new view. So you can right click right here and say new file. So we'll name this file hello panel.view. Remember, if you are creating a view, it must start with capital letter hello panel, that's Pascal casing, hello panel.view.xml. So let's hit on enter. All right, so in this view now, we are going to remove what we have in the app.view. So all the content right here, the panel content, we are going to remove it, cut. Okay, this also goes. And then when we go to the hello panel.view.xml, we are going to create a new view. So remember that if you are creating a view, it has to start with MVC and then colon, say view. So this also needs to be closed, all right? And in our view, remember that every view must have a controller. So if we create a view, we must also create a controller. The only situation where you don't have a controller is if the view is only displaying and you are not performing any logic. For instance, display text, there's no logic like button controls. But in our case, most views we have logic for it. So if you have a view that has a logic, then you have to have a controller. So we are going to connect the controller to this view by saying controller name equals in quotes UI5.walkthrough.controller.hello panel. So what this means is that there is a controller we're going to create, that's hello panel.controller.js. So, and these are namespace, UI5.walkthrough, these are namespace. So the UI5, when it loads, it knows that, okay, I'm going to web app, and under web app, I'm going to look for hello panel.controller.js. So it goes to the controller folder and then looks for hello panel. So yeah, I can just go ahead now and create that. Let's right click on controller, new file, and what do we want to create? Also, when you are creating controller, it must start with a capital letter. So we say hello panel.controller.js. All right. So let's go back to the hello panel. And of course, because we are in this view, we are back to the hello panel.view. In this view, there is a button. So we need to import our library, which is the SAP.m library that has the button controls. And then of course, these are boilerplate templates that every view has at the top. So we have MVC. So also using the core library, sap.ui.core.mvc. So the next thing we are going to do is that we are going to paste the content of the panel. Let's go to app.js. Okay, I already removed it. So what we removed from the app.view, what we removed from here, we're going to paste it in hello panel.view. Okay. All right, so this is our panel. It has header text. This header text is from our i18n.properties. So the header text, hello panel title, which is hello world, hello panel title. So our header, the header for the panel is hello world. So we have to internationalize this because of language translation. And then we are using a class responsive margin with auto, already explained this. And then we have our button. So our button has a text that is also from the internationalization and the press event, and we are calling on this function. So now this function now, since we have it in this hello panel.view, we are going to need to define this function the code inside the controller. Remember that the controller controls the view. So since we have a method here, we need to define that method in the hello panel.controller.js. Okay. Then of course our input, we have a value. This binding, we bind the input from the user to value, and then there's live update, we set it to true, and our formatted text here, as we explained before, and then we use a custom CSS, right? Okay, so basically, I will also go and write the code for the hello panel.controller.js. So we know that when we are creating a controller, it has the module SAP.UI.define, and then we have a bracket, and of course there's a semicolon at the end. Inside this bracket, we have a square bracket. So inside this square bracket, we take in our libraries or dependencies. So here we are using SAP/UI/core. Because this is a controller/MVC, we are going to use the base controller. So this is a base controller for UI5. And also we are going to use SAP/m/message toast. So from the message toast library or module, we are going to use the message toast. And after the square bracket, you put a comma to write your arrow function. This arrow function takes in two parameters, and the parameters are the name that we see at the end of the path. So here, and they must be in the order of which you define them. So here we have controller, then comma, message toast. All right, since an arrow function have equals, and then curly brackets. So we are using strict, use strict. So to enforce proper coding, semicolon at the end. And right here, we are going to create our own controller now. This controller that we are going to create is going to be an extension of the base controller, and that's why we are going to use the keyword return controller. This is a base controller, controller.extend. And which controller are we creating? So we give a path, which is our namespace ui5.walkthrough.controller.hello-panel. Then put a comma right here. So we now put a curly bracket. So right here, we are going to declare the methods. So the first method is our onShowHello. We already have this method, onShowHello. And what is the onShowHello method is going to do is going to read message from the I18N model. So and to do that, we create a constant O bundle is equal to this.getView.getModel. So what's our model name? It is the I18N. Just follow me. I will still go over it again. I18N.getResource bundle, semicolon at the end, const s recipient is equal to this.getView.getModel. So what's the we want to get the model property now. Get property to be /recipient /name, and then our message is stored in const s message equals o bundle dot get the text from the o bundle. So hello message, comma, the placeholder. This should replace the placeholder. We have a square bracket, so the quotes here, this one is not here. Then we have s recipient, and finally we are going to show the message. So we say message toast dot show s message. So now we go to the app.controller.js. Can click on Ctrl B to bring out this place, app.controller.js. So in our app.controller.js, we have the model that is reading the message. We get the name, from the input, and then we get the text, and then display the message, right? So this now is no longer here. So we're going to remove it. We're going to remove all this because now we have it in the hello panel.controller.js. So we don't need to have it right here anymore. Okay, and also likewise these dependencies and libraries that we have here, we don't need them anymore, so we remove, and we are left with something like a skeleton code in our app.controller.js. So it looks empty for now, but we'll keep it this way. We'll use it later for routing, and this also remains the root controller of the application, and it's still part of the MVC structure. So, but for now, it stays that way. All right, so if we go back to the hello panel.view, okay, what we actually did here is that this new view now contains everything that used to be inside our panel, right? So in the app.js, there was a panel, so all this thing was inside the panel, but now we have created a different view. It has its own controller, which is the hello panel.controller.js. So it has its own controller and it has its own layout, and this can be reused in future in multiple pages. So this will keep our app.view.xml very clean and modular, which means we can reuse the app.view. Yeah, very clean. Okay, yeah. One more thing we need to do. So since we remove the panel content here, we need to insert the view inside this view. So we need to insert the view of the panel right inside the app.view. Okay, so instead of placing all that code there, we just place a view right here. And how do we create a view? We create a view using the syntax MVC. So MVC colon and say XML view. And then we have a view name. Please take note, the V is small letter, not capital. It's possible you make errors here. So it's camel casing, small v. And then we are going to give the name for our view. So of course, before you give a name, you need to specify the namespace UI5.walkthrough.view.hello panel. So like I told you before, you read from right to left, hello panel.view.xml, and we need to close this / then close this. All right, so this is how we call the view of the hello panel inside the app.view.xml. So this is called nested view, and it keeps the app view clean and simple. All right, so let's save this, Control S. Let's save this. Save all. So let's go to the browser and refresh. Even this is the old before the creation of nested view. So even if we refresh, we do not see any changes in the UI. Yeah, okay. There was an error. So it says hello panel.controller.js failed to load with status. So when I went back through the code, see right here that I named it wrongly. So I wrote hello panel.controller. So I need to rename this. It's supposed to be hello panel.controller.js. All right, so let's save again and refresh. Okay, so let's refresh one more time. All right, so now the error is gone and we have a more modular reusable code. Of course, the UI still remains the same. And yeah, that's what we have done in this step 15. So like I said, we now have a new view that has its own controller, like the panel. It's now a view on its own. It has its own layout. We can reuse it in multiple pages, which will also keep our app.view clean and readable. And in this step 15, what we have achieved is that we now have a clean main app view. So you see that it's almost empty. And we have a reusable and isolated hello panel component. And this is because we now have a better separation between UI parts. So our code is now more maintainable. Another thing we achieved is proper MVC organization. So proper model view controller organization. And finally, this application is ready for scalability. We can scale it for larger application. So thank you so much for watching, and if you are new, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe as we go on to step 16. Alright, welcome back to step 16, Dialogs and Fragments. So in this lesson, we are going to be creating reusable UI building blocks, and then we are going to be adding a dialogue. As you know, in the last step, we learned how to split our UI into smaller reusable views. So we're able to keep our app.view.xml clean, and then we extracted the hello panel into a new view, and then we can reuse this view
in multiple pages, which makes our code modular and clean. So now we go one step further and we learn a lighter type of reusable UI element. And these are called fragments. So fragments are like mini views. They contain UI controls, but they don't have a controller. They don't create a root DOM element, and they are reusable across different views. They are also perfect for dialogues, popovers, or small UI sections. So dialogues are a perfect examples of fragments because they appear on top of all views and they don't belong to a specific page. Dialogues must also be created by controllers and they should be reusable across the application. So instead of hard coding a dialog in a single view file, we'll declare it once inside a fragment and load it whenever needed. So now we are going to implement a dialog using a fragment. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to update the hello panel.view.xml file that we have. So hello panel.view, this one right here. So we are going to add a new button to open the dialog. So inside the panel section and then inside our content to add a comment. So we are going to add a new dialog button here. Okay, and of course to add a button control, you know what to do. Right button, and let me use the closing tag / all right. So what should this button contains? So we're going to give an ID to this button. ID equals hello dialog button, and then this button has a text, and this text will be gotten from our i18n file. So that means go to i18n and then use this variable open dialog button text. So what we need to do now is that this open dialog button text, we need to define it inside our i18n.properties file. So let's copy this and go to i18n.properties file. And so this open dialog button text, what does the text mean? So what do we want to display on that text? So the text that will show on that button will be, let's say hello from dialog, or let's say with dialog. Okay, so Ctrl save. So let's go back one more time to creating the button from dialog. Likewise, this button will also has an event, and the event will be .on open dialog. So, and this event right now is running this method. So the .on open dialog means it has to go to the controller and then run this method from the controller. So then let us add a class, an SAP class to this button. So the reason why we are using SAP class, you know already, so that we'll have a standard UI styling that is same with every other Fiori applications. Okay, so let's close this. All right, we still have the button from the previous one that says show hello, and we still have an input field where the user will type a name and then it gives a live update, and we still have our formatted text that shows hello bind or bounded to the input from the user. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the updated hello panel view. So let's do a Ctrl save and save this. So one question that you might want to ask is, why do we need an ID here, hello dialog button? So this will be useful later for automated UI tests, which is step 28 or lesson 28. And also when assigning stable ID, this is a good practice. So if you don't assign an ID, UI5 will generate random ID, and this will be hard for debugging. It's not ideal if UI5 gives you something like this is this ID button 23 or ID my button and stuff like that. This will be hard to debug, right? So it's good practice to give IDs. All right, so in the step 2, what we're going to do next is that we are going to create the fragment. So, and the fragment is created inside the view. So we go to the web app folder, and inside the view, you can right click and say new file. And then we are going to say hello dialog.fragment.xml.
All right, so I'll just get the code for the fragment. You can also get it from the walkthrough tutorial, SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial website. And like we know, this is a core, and then this the top part is the libraries we'll be using. Because we are using a button, we have to use sap.m, then we give an ID, hello dialog, and a title. The title for our fragment will be based on the inputs from the user. So it will be like hello name. So if the user enters a name, the title for that dialog will be hello name. So for instance, if I type Victor, so the title for the dialog will be what? Hello Victor. So what we should also know is that a fragment is not a view because it does not have its own controller, and it does not create a root DOM node. It is just simply a blueprint for controls. So in essence, fragments are light, reusable, and perfect for dialogues. All right, so the step 3 is that we are going to update the controller, which is hello panel.controller.js. So we go to our controller folder, hello panel.controller.js, and we need to update this. So I will also get the code for the controller.js, and I explain what changes we made. So the new addition is this one right here, async on open dialog. So if I want, so I will try to explain the logic that we added to the hello panel.controller.js. So right here we have load fragment, and what is the name of the fragment we are loading? The hello dialog. So you see load fragment here, and then the name of the dialog we are loading in this fragment. So fragments are then loaded asynchronously, and that's why we have async here. And when we talk about async, so it doesn't depend on other libraries for it to load, okay? And this line right here, this.oDialog await this.load fragment. What this line is doing right here is that if this.oDialog is undefined, it will load the fragment once and then store it. So anytime the dialog is only used when it's needed. So the dialog is only created the first time. After that, it gets reused. So this is efficient and prevents recreating dialogues unnecessarily. All right. So now we go to the step 4, and that is to update our i18n.properties, which I already did. Open dialog button text, say hello with dialog. So this gives the new button a translated text. And so let's save now. Let's save all and see what we have achieved. Save and save all. So let's refresh. Right there. So here you see the say hello with dialog. The button is there and you see the text there. And then when you click on it, you get the dialog box on the screen. So, and because of the data binding that we did, this is the title. So the title is carrying, so if I say here Victor, the title of the dialog is carrying the input here because of what with the data binding that we did. So if I click on this, you see hello Victor as the title for the dialog. And of course, in the next video, we are going to see how to close this because I keep refreshing this just to close this. All right. Okay. So what did we learn in step 16? So what we achieved in step 16, we have used a reusable dialog, and we created this through a fragment. We have also used lazy loading. So lazy loading is good for our performance. So lazy loading simply just means that the old dialog that we created, it creates it once, and we don't need to always recreate it when we need it. So it just reused. Create once and then reuse. That is the lazy loading, which is quite impressive. And then we have used a clean controller logic, and we have also achieved MVC and reusability best practices. So in the next video, we are going to look at fragments, callback, and if you have not subscribed, please endeavor to subscribe. See you in the next video. Alright, welcome back to the SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial, and in this segment we are looking at step 17 or lesson 17, and which is fragment callback. So we are going to be adding interaction to our dialog. For instance, closing the dialog. In our previous code, we saw that this hello Victor, see it cannot be closed except you refresh the page. So a dialog is not useful if the user cannot close it, right? So if we cannot close it, then this is not useful to us. So in this step, we are going to introduce what we call fragment callbacks. And fragment callbacks, it's an event handler functions inside our controller that can be called directly from a fragment. So by the end of this lesson, our dialog box is going to have an OK button, and that button is going to call a controller function. It will close the dialog, and we also use data binding for the button text, and this will work seamlessly inside the fragment. So let's achieve this goal and go step by step. So in the first step, we are going to add the close logic inside the controller. And of course, which controller are we talking about? We are talking about hello panel.controller.js. So when we go to the web app and open the controller folder and then go to hello panel.controller.js. So below the open dialog, we are going to create another method called, we can update our code by using onClose dialog. Then we have curly brackets and then write what should happen. So we simply close the dialog instance by ID. So then we say this dot by ID. And what's the name of the ID? Remember, we use an ID, hello dialog, and then we call on the dot close method. So we needed to, this error here is because we needed to close this one with a curly bracket and then put a comma before we add another method. Okay, so this way, I will close dialog and so what's happening here is that the onClose dialog is a normal event handler inside our controller. Our controller is hello panel.controller.js and is now using the this by ID. This ID we defined when we created the dialog. So if you go to hello dialog.fragment, you see that the ID is what? Hello dialog, right? So we are accessing that dialog by ID and we are saying we're accessing that instance, okay? Then we use the dot close to close the dialog. Another question that might arise is why do we use ID, or why is by ID available? So this is available because when you load a fragment with load fragment, as we saw in the open dialog method. So when you use load fragment, UI5 automatically adds the fragments control into the view's ID namespace. So, and this allows your controller to access them by using this by ID. So your controller can access those dialog by their ID. So no special setup is needed. UI5 will handle the mapping for you. Okay, that's quite interesting. And now the next thing we need to do is that we need to add the close button to the fragment. So we just added the close logic in the controller. That's what we just did. So we now need to add the close button to the fragment itself. So we go to our hello dialog.fragment.xml, and then we are going to add a tag called begin button. So under title here, we add the tag begin button. Okay. So it's more like button aggregation. So inside the begin button, we are going to have the button tag, button, and this button is going to have the text. So we are going to use I18N internationalization here. So bring our curly brackets. So remember that we don't want to hard code any text. So any text we want to use, we will refer to our, or we will create it in the I18N. So what you do is this is a syntax for it, and then what is the variable name for that text? So here we can say dialog close button text. Okay, so we need to create this text inside our I18N file. So I18N.properties file. So we're going to now here we're going to write what the text should be. So the text that I want to use is just an OK. So the text that will be displayed will be OK. So when the user clicks on OK, then it should be closed. The dialog should be closed. So furthermore, we need to write the event, which is press. So what should happen when the OK is pressed? So we can say dot we now reference the method that we created in the controller. So .onClose dialog / to close this. Yeah, so we now have the code this way. So the begin button is an aggregation. So inside the aggregation, that means you can have more buttons here. So inside this aggregation, we have the OK button inside it, and a press event that is pointing to the .onClose dialog inside the hello panel.controller.js, right? So this dot by id hello I say hello Daniel, hello dialog.close, right? Okay. So the next question is, why do we need to use begin button? So begin button left side, which is RLTR, or right side RTL. So let me put it this way, that dialogs have two button slots. Okay, let me show it on the screen. All right, let's save all and test what we have done so far. This fragments are actually lightweight, so that's the more reason why we do not necessarily need to create a new controller. So we just reuse the method in the parent controller that we have. So let's see the browser and then refresh. So this is what we have before. Let's refresh. Now we see have our say hello dialog. So let me just say hello Victor. Okay, we have hello Victor here. Then if you click on say hello, we get the dialog, and now we have the callback fragment inserted right here, which is okay. So if you click on okay, it closes the dialog, right? And of course, this say hello still work. And then if you see hello there, okay. And then if you click on this, you see hello there. If you click on okay, it's closed. Now, this is what we have achieved. The say hello with the dialog now has an okay button, and it calls a controller method that's to close, which closes the dialog properly. And this also supports data binding for the title, because see here that when I changed the input, it was also changed. So this supported data binding, and it uses best practice fragment architecture. Yeah. So what we have learned in this step 17, you have learned what fragments, callbacks are, you have learned how fragments call controller functions, and you have also learned how the dialogs handle button placement. Okay, I didn't go deep into this one. And you also learned how UI5 manages fragment IDs and event handling. So the next step is step 18. See you in the next video. Please give this video a thumbs up if you are learning something beneficial. I wonder how many persons have stayed up to this point. So if you are there up to this time, please leave a comment and say, hi, I'm still here. All right, see you in the next video, and thank you all. All right, welcome back to step 18 of the lesson 18. And in this lesson, we are looking at icons, and we are going to be enhancing the UI with SAP UI5 built-in icons. So we can see that our dialog works nicely. It can open and shows hello there. We can close it, but it's still a little plain. So SAP UI5 includes over 500 built-in icons as part of its icon font. And in this step, we will use them to add friendly hello icon inside the dialog. So right here, you're going to see a little icon beside the text, and then when you click on hello user, or let's say hello Victor, and when we do it this way, there's going to be a large icon also inside this dialog. So this is what we're going to achieve in this step. And icons generally, they make your UI more expressive, accessible, and visually appealing. So now we are going to add some features to our UI. And so yeah, basically we are going to have a fully theme compatible scalable UI element and a cleaner, more polished visual design. So this is what we are going to be achieving, or this is what we aim to achieve in this lesson. All right, welcome back. So before we start, we need to know how UI5 icons work. So SAP UI5 actually provides icon through a special URI format. Examples is XAP-icon, semicolon, and then / the world. So these are examples of the format of which you can get the icons. And these icons are actually vector based, meaning that they are perfectly sharp at any size, and they don't require image downloads, which makes it very fast, and they work across all themes and screen sizes. So it's not screen dependent that, oh, this icon only works for desktop or this only works for mobile. They work across all themes and screen sizes. And if you have worked with Fiori Launchpad, you will see that these are the Fiori design standard. So you can exploit all these icons. You can check them out. So if you go to the SAP walkthrough step 18 icons, you can look up other icons using Icon Explorer tool. So if you click right here, take us to the Icon Explorer tool. So here you can search for a particular icon, SAP icons, SAP TNT icons, business suite, or you can just browse the library. So right here, you can see different icons that are available for you. So let me click on this forward arrow, and here you can copy icon to click. So it gives you the format SAP/icon appointment. So if you copy, then you can paste in your code, and it gives you the icon of your choice, right? Okay, so the first thing we are going to do now is that we're going to add an icon to the dialog button. So we go to the hello panel.view.xml. So now we locate our dialog button. This is our dialog button right here. And beneath the ID, we can add icon. Say icon equals, then you add the URL for the icon. So I'll just use the one from the walkthrough, which is to show a world icon. So just paste the link here, and every other thing remains the same. So we have this icon SAP/icon and then column / world. So this tells UI5 use the icon named world from the icon font, and this will give the button a small globe icon, perfect for a greeting dialog, right? Now, the second thing we need to do is that we are going to add an icon inside the dialog. Okay, remember that this button right here is this one. If I open the one we just did is say hello with dialog. So a small icon will be here. Now we are going to add a big icon right here inside the dialog itself. Okay. So we need to go to the hello dialog.fragment.xml and then look for our dialog. This is our dialog, it has an ID, has this title, and so we are not doing anything with the button inside the dialog. So we are going to add, before we add the icon is a content, so add it as content. We use the content tag, content. Close the content tag, content. And then right inside the content, we can then use core icon. This is the syntax from the walkthrough. And then we need to specify the source of the icon. We need to is equal to specify the source of the icon. We need to specify the size. And also we give it a class. Okay. So the icon will still be hello world icon. So this is a link, SAP-icon, semicolon, or colon rather, / hello world, and the size 8 rem, and the class will be medium margin, just for standard styling. Okay, so this will actually load the hello world SAP UI5 icon font, and this 8 rem makes the icon big and impressive. So rem unit actually scale with base font size, and the class that we added here will add spacing around the icon so that it doesn't touch the other sides of the dialog. All right, so I will save this, then I'm going to tell you why in UI5 we use icons instead of images and when you should use images. Okay, so let's see what we have first. Save all, file, save all, and then let's go and refresh our browser to see what we have. So when we refresh and then click on, okay, it's still refreshing. Voila! Now you see a little icon beside the say hello with dialog right here. And then when you click, you see the bigger dialog right here. And our close still works. So the live update still works. Hello, Victor. And the binding still works. So if you click on say hello with dialog, the title of the dialog is saying hello, Victor. So everything works perfectly, right? This is good. So why should you use UI5 icons instead of images? Why not just insert images? Okay. So these are the following reasons why you should use icons, because they scale infinitely, which is SVG vectors. So no matter how you reduce the size, they don't lose quality. So they automatically adapt to theme colors. Okay, so if you want to change the theme color of your Fiori application, the icons also automatically adopt or adapt to these theme colors, and they load instantly. No need for network request. They also support accessibility for screen readers. And of course, they integrate smoothly with UI5 controls. That's the UI5 icons. Finally, they also reduce performance overhead. So images should only be used when you need a custom brand logo. The icon you need, or when the icon you need is not available in the libraries. Otherwise, preferably use icon fonts. Right. So that's what we have covered in this step 18. We have created an icon beside the say hello with dialog, and then we've created a bigger icon inside the dialog itself. And yeah, so fully theme compatible scalable UI element. All right, so we are getting closer to building UI5 applications that look like the real SAP Fiori app. So if you are still there, stay on, don't give up, and let's go to step 19. In the next step, we introduce aggregate binding, where your UI automatically build lists or tables based on model data. This is going to be quite interesting, so don't miss out, and subscribe if you have not subscribed. Like this video and share to your friends and colleagues who wants to learn SAP UI5. All right, welcome to step 19, which we are going to be looking at aggregation binding, and we are going to be displaying a dynamic list of invoices using JSON data. So if you have been following along so far, you are doing a great job, and at the end of the day, you'll be well grounded with the fundamentals of SAP UI5 development. So up until now, our UI has just shown mostly individual controls. We have a panel, of course, we have buttons, we have input fields, we have dialogs. So now we are taking the next big step, and we are going to be loading data from the JSON file. So we're going to create a named JSON model through manifest.json, bind a list aggregation to that model, and automatically generate UI items dynamically. So in essence, what we are going to do is categorize in three steps. We're going to load data from JSON file, and then we're going to bind that data to a control, and then we will automatically generate UI elements from that data. So aggregate binding is actually one of SAP UI5 most powerful features. So by the end of this step, your app will display a list of invoices below the hello panel, and then populate it dynamically from an external JSON file. All right, so this is what we are going to do or achieve in this step. So the first step, or the first thing that we need to do, is to create a JSON data file. So let's head over to our editor. So inside web app, we are going to create a JSON file, invoices.json. So right click on web app and say new file, then invoices.json. All right, so we are going to add the code. So I'm going to copy this code from the walkthrough. So you can get it from the walkthrough tutorial invoices.json, this code right here. So I'll paste it here. And so what is this invoices.json file? What is this file all about? So this file actually contains a list of invoice objects in plain JSON format. So you have invoices, product name, quantity, extended price, shipper name, ship date, status. So it contains a list of invoices, right? So this is another invoice. The product is milk, quantity is 4, extended price 10, the shipper name, ACME, shipped date, status. So this JSON contains what? First and foremost, list of invoices. And then each invoice has a field like I've shown, like product name. It has quantity, it has price, it has status. So JSON file is actually lightweight. It is readable and perfect for UI5 demo data. So we're just using it as demonstration to consume data. And then the next thing we're going to do is that we are going to register the JSON model inside manifest.json. Okay, so next thing we do, we go to our manifest.json file and then register the JSON model. How do we register the JSON model? We go to SAP.UI5 models. So this is SAP.UI5, and under models, we are going to add invoice. So the first model that we have here is the I18N resource model. So at the end of this one, you can add a comma here. Okay, so we now want to register it. So we create under the model a new model called invoice, and the type is what? sap.ui.model.json model, and the URI is invoices.json. Okay, so what this does is that UI5 will automatically create a JSON model, and it will load the invoices.json when the app starts, when the application starts. And then it will store the model under the named model invoice. So for example, it will store it like this. Invoice, this is the prefix, product name. So don't worry, this will be clear in a while. So make it more clear in a jiffy. All right, now in the next step, what we need to do, we can just do a control save. And next thing that we need to do is that we are going to add the invoice list view to the app.view.xml. So we go to our web app, open the view, and then go to app.view.xml. Then we are going to add a second nested view below the hello panel. Remember that this was our hello panel view that we called inside the app.view.xml nested view. So right here, we are going to add a second nested view below the hello panel. So what this means is that we're going to create another view called invoice list. But first, let's create the view right here. We use MVC, and then we can say XML view, and the view name will be equal to UI5.walkthrough.view.invoice list. Okay, and then we close the tag. So this our app.view.xml now. It has what? It now contains the hello panel view at the top and the invoice list below it. So each one of it has its own controller also, and they are different views. So this is cleaner, modular, and reusable. So because we already initialized this view right here, we need to create a view, right? So remember how we read it. This is invoice list.view.xml. So the app knows how to go into our root folder, which is web app, and goes into the view folder and looks for the invoice list.view. So now let's create that invoice list. So I can just copy right here and go to our view, right click and say new view, invoice list.xml. Hit on enter. And so I also copy this code from the walkthrough and then explain what this does and how aggregation binding comes in. Yeah, so first and foremost, we get the skeleton of every view. We open the tag MVC and close it, and then we have view. So we introduce the libraries we are using, which is the sap.m library and the sap.ui.core.mvc library. And afterwards, we are going to create another tag called the list. And this list will have header text and our items. So let me paste it here. Okay, so all right, so you see that the list has a header text. So this header text is also referenced in our i18n.properties file. So we can also go here to, before I go further, let's go and create the text for it. So we go to the i18.n properties, and then we add that to the list of internationalized text. So like I've said so many times, when you have different languages, then you need to create i18n.properties for those respective languages. So right now this is just default. So if it's Deutsch, then this text here will carry German text. If it's Hindi, then you're going to change this to the language that you want it to be displayed. Okay, so what should be the title that I want to display on our invoice list? So we can just call it invoices. So let's save these invoices, and so let's go back to our explanation. And then we are using a class, SAP UI responsive margin, and we give it auto width. And now this line right here, items is equals to invoice. We have this arrow pointing at invoices. This is actually where the magic happens. This line is the magic. Now, it's going to also show us how aggregation binding happens. So this is the key, okay? This is actually the key. So basically, this line items equals to invoice and then pointing at invoices. It does three things. The first thing is that it tells UI5 which model to use. So invoice, which is this one right here, means use the named model invoice. Now, if we go to our manifest.js, you're going to see that one of the models that we defined is called what? Invoice. So when we right here, we say items invoice, which means I'm using the model invoice. And now, if it goes into the model invoice, it now tells SAP UI5 now know where to look inside the invoice. So if we go to invoice again, so inside invoice you see invoices. So invoices now refers to the array in the JSON file. And the third thing that happens here is that this automatically repeats the template. So every object inside invoices become one list item. Okay. So inside items, so if we go back to our code, so we have items, and inside items here we define a template control, what's called a template control. Template control. So UI5 would use these templates to create one line per invoice. So, and this line per invoice will have quantities and the names filled in automatically. So this is the core idea of SAP UI5 aggregation binding. So we define a template and UI5 clones it automatically for each data entry. All right. So let's save this, Control save, and let's refresh our UI, our browser. Let me go to save all and see what we have. Then we can also go over the code again to understand better, right? So refresh. Yeah, so after refreshing, we got an error, invoice list.view.xml, check for file not found. Okay, so let's go to, okay, apparently, yeah, here invoice was list.xml. So remember our naming convention, there must be view. So we're going to rename this to invoice list.view.xml. So let's save now, save all, save, and then refresh the browser once more, refresh the server. So I believe you know how to get the console. You just right click on inspect, and then select console. When anytime you refresh and then you don't get an output, you can get the idea of where the error is from. So let's refresh one more time. All right, and now we have the output. So you could see that under the hello panel view, we have another view that displays the invoices. Okay. And then if we go to the invoice view, so what do we display first? We display what? The invoice title, which is the header text. And this title, we define it in the I18 end.properties. And that's why we are seeing the title here as invoices. Then we have a list item. So we have a tag for it called items. And then we use the object list item tag to create one line per invoice. So for every invoice, it checks the invoice, prints the quantity and the product name for each of the item. And that is what we see here. We see the quantity and we see the product name. So this is the core of SAP UI5 aggregation binding, right? We just define one template, just one template, and UI5 clones it automatically for each data entry. That's interesting, right? Okay, so this is what we achieved in this step 19. And I hope you're ready for step 20. And by now, if you're in step 20, I know you are surely subscribed. I'm not going to tell you to subscribe anymore. But leave your comment in the comment section and let me know how far it's going for you. So in the next step, we are going to step 20, and we are going to explore data types and how UI5 formats and validates model data using types like currency, date, integer, float, and more. So
See you in the next video. All right, how's it going so far? And in this part, we are going to look at step 20, which is the data types. And we are going to be formatting prices using UI currency type. So in the last video so far, you see that our invoice list shows product names and quantities, but an invoice is not complete without a proper formatted price. So in most backend systems, prices are stored as raw numbers. They also use maybe something like a decimal separator or a comma separator. And of course, no currency symbol is included. So for example, you're going to see something like, for the price, let's say 87.5, depending on the region. Like in Germany, you can have 87.5. All right. So this is what you see in most backend systems. So UI5 actually allows us to format this number into a correct localized currency that will show either a dot or a comma, and that will also show two decimals. So instead of 87.5, you can say 87.05 or 87.65. And then it separates the currency code euros, like something like this, or USD. So this is the currency code. So this step is going to teach you how to format model data using UI5 built-in data types. All right. So the key concept in the step 20 is that UI5 has built-in data types for formatting. So majorly we are going to look at how to format the prices, and this includes things like dates, currency, float, integers, all with internationalization support. And then you can also bind multiple fields into one property, and this is called expression paths or calculated fields, and other things that we're going to be looking at in step 20. So the first thing we are going to do is that we are going to update our invoice list.view. So we're going to update the invoice list.view.xml with currency formatting. So we need to update this. And of course, how do you find it? Go to your view and then go to invoice list.view.xml and you open the file. So I'll copy the updated code from the walkthrough and then explain the changes that were made. So we're going to be understanding what changed and what were the things that were added to create the formatting. So the first thing is the dependencies. So you can see that we added sap.ui.core.m.core rather. This was the one we added. We had this one before. So sap.ui.core so that we can be able to use the currency formatter from the core library. So this right here, core require equals to currency SAP UI model type currency. What this one does is that this loads the currency formatter so we can use it directly inside XML binding. And then we had this title before, and now we use number equals parts invoice extended price view currency and type currency. The format options show major false. So what this part is actually doing, this right here, is that this binding does something very remarkable. It takes the price from the invoice model, so that is the extended price from the invoice model, and then takes the currency from the view model, from a separate view model, and then passes both of them into a type currency. So, and lastly, it formats the output automatically. So we'll get something like we saw in the notes, 87.5 or 87.20. Then finally, we have a number unit. So this number unit is equal to view the points to currency. And so the list items will now show the currency, whether to show something like this, 87 euros. The currency will appear in euros or in dollars based on the localization. Okay. So now another thing we should look at from that code is we set show measure equals false. So this is set to false because we pass the currency field, which is the maybe euros or the dollar, separately into the number unit. So if we do not disable this to be false, UI5 will not show the euros behind the figures as the currency unit. All right.
Okay, so the next thing we need to do now is that we are going to create the invoice list controller. So a view model for currency. And so we go to the web app and go to the controller. And right here, we're going to create a new controller called invoice list.controller.js. Because if we have invoice list.view, we need to create a corresponding controller for it. So we have invoice list. Remember, I need to start with capital letter for controller name. Invoice list.controller.js. And like you know, if you are creating a controller by now, you know the first module is what? SAP.UI.define. Put your brackets, put your semicolon at the end, put your square brackets right inside, bring it down, put a comma here. This is the skeleton, and then this taking parameters. So we calling in the base controller class SAP/UI/core/MVC/controller. Then use the other library or module, which is the JSON model SAP/UI/model/JSON/JSON model. All right. So like we know, the parameters now carry the last name of the path in the order by which they were declared. So we have controller, JSON model. So this is an arrow function. We put the arrow function symbol, and then we have curly brackets right here. And so we are going to, as usual, use strict, put a semicolon here. And the invoice list as controller, remember, when you are creating controller, you are extending the base controller. So we use return controller.extend. So we're extending the base controller by creating our own controller, and the path for our controller is what? UI5.walkthrough.controller.invoiceList. So this controller name must match what we declared in our invoice list.view. So that means the controller and the view are connected. So like we have said again and again, if you have a controller, must have a corresponding, if you have a view, must have a corresponding controller, except if your view doesn't require any logic, then you can have just a view. All right. So right inside our extension, we have the onInitialization method. So you can say onInit. So this loads on when the application is initialized. So we create the const oViewModel, create the instance. So equals to new JSON model and put curly bracket inside. So our JSON model now has currency. So the currency will be euros because we're in Germany, so we have euros. So this hard coding, I believe we can also use internationalization to change this currency. All right, so let me put semicolon at the end of this. So after this, we set this view. So we say this. We set the controller to the view rather, so we say this dot get view, use that method dot set model, use the object we created oView model, comma, then we pass in the view. All right, so put a semicolon right here, even here, semicolon. And this is what we have for the invoice list dot controller.js. Okay, so the question might be, why do we need a view model? This is because our JSON invoice data does not have a currency field. So if you check our JSON data, Control B to bring back the file explorer. If you go to JSON, where is it? Invoice.json. So if you see, we don't have any field called currency. So we need to create a view model because of this. So we now use UI5 currency formatter, which now require value and currency. And that's the reason why we create a small view model containing only currency. Okay, so this is the view model that we created. We only use currency, or we only create currency. So this model is used exclusively for formatting or small UI settings. So let's save this. Let's save all and see what we see in our UI file. Save all. So let's refresh the browser. So we expect to see currency. All right, so you see here we have it. We have the values from the invoice.json file, and then the currency was what we define in our model, the model view that we created. Okay, Interesting, right? So basically, what you've learned in this step 20 is that UI5 has built-in data types for formatting things like dates, currency, floats, integer, all with internationalization support, and you can bind multiple fields into one property. Just like we did, we binded value and currency together, and the view models are ideal for small UIs specific configuration, such as visibility flags, sorting directions, or static values like currency. So there is no need to write a custom formatter. So we are using the official sap.ui.model.type.currency, which is right here, SAP UI model type currency. And this is internationalized and professionally maintained and is more robust than just custom JavaScript formatters. All right. So now we can see that the UI or the invoice list now looks beautifully formatted. We have the amount, we have the name, we have the quantity, we have localized separators, which is full stop here, and we have separate number and the currency code. We also have clean XML binding without extra JavaScript logic. So we are now working like a full real UI5 professional. So this is how far we'll go in this step, and we'll continue in the next step, which is step 21. See you in the next video or in the next lesson. All right, welcome to the step 21, expression binding. And how's it going for you so far? Kindly leave a comment in the comment section. How's it going for you? What can be improved for next tutorials and where you are following from? Of course, if you are dead right now in step 21, I assume that you have subscribed. And if you, for some reason, have not subscribed, please kindly hit the like button and also subscribe to encourage me to make more of these tutorials. All right, so most of these tutorials actually are paid. So because it requires a lot of time and efforts to break down what we have in the walkthrough for absolute beginners. Having said that, in step 21, we are going to be looking at things like inline calculations and conditional formatting in XML views. So far we can see from our UI that we formatted our price using the UI5 currency type, okay? But sometimes you need extra logic, simple comparisons or calculations to be done directly inside the view without writing JavaScript or using a formatter. And this is where expression binding becomes extremely useful. So if you want to do some maybe simple comparisons, you want to do simple calculations, and you don't want to use JavaScript or use something we call formatter, then you need to use what we call expression binding. So in this step, we're actually going to add a visual indicator to our invoice list, and this will automatically change the color of the price. So the color change is going to be based on if an item is expensive or if it's very affordable. So when we have an expensive items, it's going to mark it as red, like error. And then when it is affordable, it marks the items in green as success. So having said this is what we're going to achieve in this step, and let's move on to the editor. So the first thing we need to do is that we are going to update our invoice list.view. So our invoice list.view should be, we go to the view, invoice list.view. All right. So we go to our object list item, and we are going to add a new property called number state. All right. So right under here, we add this new property called number state. And then right here is where we are going to do that comparison. So we say number state is equal to, so we are going to have a curly, put in quotation, then we're going to have a curly bracket. So inside this curly bracket, we're going to reference the price from the invoices, and how we do that is we're going to say equal to, and we bring a dollar sign, so it looks more like concatenation. All right, so we are going into the invoice.json file, invoice, and then we are pointing towards the price, which is called extended price. And so based on the value here, we write the logic that if the extended price is greater than 50, is a ternary operator,
we put a question mark, which means if it's greater than 50, then we display error, okay? Else, success. So if it's less than 50, this is what we're going to display, success. All right. So this is the property that we added to our object list item. So we can save this. So from what we just did now, we can know that, or we can see that expression binding uses the syntax. This is the syntax that we use. Curly bracket equals to, then we do the expression. So inside these brackets, you can write your mini expressions such as comparisons. So if you want to do a comparison, you can write that, you can write the expression inside this bracket. You can do logical operators, greater than, less than logical operators. You can also do ternary operator like we did, or expressions like we did. Then we can also do math operations. All right. So this is what the expression binding looks like. And in our example, this is the expression binding that we used. We use a ternary expressions to say curly bracket equals to. This is the file we are in, the invoice.json file. It points towards the extended price, because if you open our invoice.json file, so invoices, you see, then inside invoices, what are we pointing at, or what is the element we are selecting? Extended price. And that's what we do here. And then the value we get here, we compare it with 50. If it's greater than 50, print error. If it's else, that is, if it's less, then it's success, right? That means the price is affordable. So the curly bracket equals to means start expression binding, and this one $invoice extended price is the real value from the model, and we must use $sign at the beginning, and greater than 50, compare the price, error or success. These are UI5 semantic colors. So this error, we should not print out error, actually. It's actually gives a color green, red for error and green for success. So UI5 semantic colors. And of course, you have your curly brackets here, which end the expression. So in summary, this logic changes the text color of the number to be red when price is greater than 50. So if we go to the UI, so if this color right here, if it's less than 50, it changes the color of the price to green. If it's greater than 50, it changes the color of the price to red. So this makes your list visually informative without writing any JavaScript code at all, right? And let's go back to the slide and look at what can we do with expression binding. What are the do's and don'ts? So basically, expression binding can be used to do math. So if you want to do some mathematical calculations, you can use expression binding. For comparisons, greater than, less than, not equal to. For logical operators, and so on and so forth. For ternary operators, we have seen. For string concatenation also, you can use expression binding. And also for assessing model values, you can use expression binding. Now, what expression binding cannot do? You cannot use it to call, or it does not allow calling of custom functions. So it also does not allow using JavaScript methods. You cannot do complex calculations. You cannot do loops, conditionals, or full JavaScript expression. So, of course, for advanced logic, we use what they call formatters, and this will be covered in the next step 22. Don't miss that video if you want to know more about formatters, all right? And now, as a rule of thumb, when should you use expression binding? So use it only for a simple UI logic, okay? So such as when you want to change the color, or you want to do simple comparison, or you want to do string combination, or you just want to do a basic math, x times y, x plus 10, this you can use expression binding. So in general, if the logic fits comfortably on one line, expression binding is okay. And if it starts to look more, complicated, then move to a formatter. This formatter will be covered in the next video. Okay, so now let's save and see the output of what we did in the code. Are you enjoying yourself so far? For me, it's been fun. So we can save all, and let's go and refresh the browser. Programming is always fun until you run into a bug that you cannot solve. Okay, so let's now refresh. All right, so you can see that we now have the color coding. So all prices greater than 50, we get it in red, and all the prices less than 50, they are in green color, which is quite cool, right? Without needing to write any extra JavaScript logic, we use expressions to do this formatting, which is really, really cool. So our invoice list now automatically highlights expensive items, red for high priced values, and then green for low priced goods. So all the logic is handled directly inside our XML view. Clean and declarative, right? So this is the beginning to use UI5 like a true front-end professional. Okay. All right. So this is how far we can go with this step. If you like the video so far, please don't forget to hit the like button, leave a comment, subscribe if you have not subscribed. Help us grow with this channel, and then see you in the next video. Okay, so welcome back to the continuation of the SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial, and this is step 22. We are looking at custom formatters, where your logic is too complex for expressing binding, like we mentioned in the previous lesson 21. So when you have more complex expression that is too big for you to use binding, then we need to make custom formatters. Okay, so far we've used expression binding to format simple values inside the XML, and that works well for small logic like comparison or basic math, as we have said before. What we'll cover in this step is actually shown below. So if you recall from our UI, we have this. So we have this invoice list. So the quantity, the name, and the amount. And so what we want to achieve in this part is that in addition to quantity, product name, price, localized currency, we want to add a readable status, something like new, in progress, or done. That's what we want to do. So because the problem now is that our invoice list contains technical codes like A, B, and C. I'll show you in the code. So if you go to our invoices.json file, you could see that the status is B, A. So these are technical codes, and the end user, they are not aware of what A, B, C means, right? So instead we want to display readable values like new, in progress, or done. Okay, these are user friendly and any user can quickly understand it. So if we go to the UI, so beneath the currency here, we are going to add the status, maybe in progress or new or done, something like this. Okay, so this is what we are going to do in this step using custom formatters. So handling this kind of mapping in the XML would be messy, so it will not be easy to map this. So we are going to use custom formatters, and custom formatters include small JavaScript functions that will transform the raw model data into UI-friendly output. So now let's get into the code. So the first thing we need to do is that we need to create the formatter file. So inside web app, we are going to create a folder. Okay, so we're going to create a model folder inside our web app. So right click on web app and say new folder, and then this folder is what? Model, right? So model folder, and inside the model folder we are going to create a file called formatter.js. So right click on the model, and then we call it formatter.js. all right, so what's going to happen inside the formatter.js? Of course, SAP.UI.define, put a square bracket, semicolon at the end, put a comma here, and then for parameters, of course, arrow function, put a curly bracket where we are going to include our code inside this curly bracket. All right, so remember, this is the module that we use to create .js files. And so
of course, we'll have to say use strict. Of course, there's a semicolon at the end of use strict. So what we're going to do here is that we are going to create a pure JavaScript object with formatter options, and then the function is going to receive raw data, and then let's see the name of the raw data. We're going to give a variable name, and then we will also receive translated text from the I18N model, and the formatter will return readable label for display. So I will just copy this part of the code from the walkthrough. Okay, so we create this data value called e-status. So, and then we created a constant 0 resource bundle, this.get owner component.get model. So we want to get translated text from the I18N. That's what this line is doing. And those translated texts are stored into the O resource bundle. And based on what we get, we can then extract the text for, let's say, invoice status A, invoice status B, invoice status C. So which means that we need to declare what this invoice status A, what it is inside our I18N file. So before we go further, let me just do that. So let's go to our I18N file. That's I18N.properties. We know that this is internationalization file. And like I've said 1,000 times, when we have a different language, then we will also write the description here based on that language. So each file will be like based on a particular language. For instance, I18N._de.properties, that's for German. Then all the text here that we have will be in German. All right, so our invoice status A, what will be the text I want to see or want to display? What we want to display is called new. All right, then for our invoice status B, we want to display in progress. And then for our invoice status C, we want to display done. Okay, all right, so let's save this, Ctrl S, and go back. All right, so we initialize the get resource bundle module so that we can be able to fetch data from our I18N. And so we write a switch statement here that will switch the S status. Okay, so the S status is the raw data value that we receive. And so if that raw data, based on that raw data, we will then get the text from the I18N. So remember that our JSON file has what status A, B, and C. So if here is A, then it will fetch the text from our I18N, which is for A is new, and for B is in progress, for C means done, right? And then we return S status. Every other thing return S status. All right. So we already said that this is better because XML expression binding is too limited, and formatters, which is what we are defining here. Remember, we are not using any library here or creating any arrow function. Okay, so formatters allows us to use full JavaScript logic, and it keeps the UI clean and readable. So the next thing that we are going to do is that we are going to use the formatter in the XML view. Okay, so we are going to go to our view, which is invoice list.view.xml, and we are going to add our formatter to the view. And how do we do this? So inside our object list item, which is this, so we can add what we call first status, a tag called first status, right? And then inside this first status, we are going to use the core library, and from that core library, we use a property called require, just similar to what we have here. So from the core library, we use the property require. Okay. Oh, okay. Something is broken here. So all this is inside the object list item. Oh, okay. I missed the tag. So after first status, there is another tag we should use, and that is the object status. So object status. Okay, object status is defined this way. And it's inside this object status that we are going to use the core library, and then we use from the call library, we are using the require property equal to our curly bracket. This is in quotes, double quotes. So right here, we are going to load the formatter. So say formatter, I always write equal to formatter. Then we have defined the path for the formatter, which is UI5.walkthrough, which is our namespace, walkthrough /model, because we know we created a folder called model /formatter. So call.require will load the external models into the XML views. It's just like you importing in JavaScript, and this gives and give it the alias. So this is the alias. The alias is formatter. So now every formatter function inside that file is accessed. All right. So let's go further, and then we can also define the text equal to curly brackets, and then the path is invoice. Remember in our manifest.json, so that's the path invoice. And then what are we getting from the invoice? We are getting the status. We are more interested in the status. And then we bring in the formatter and say formatter.status text.bind. We have the $ controller. All right, so this is what we have. I also had to copy from the walkthrough the code. Okay, so let me explain this formatter.status text.bind and $control. So what this does is it calls the method status text, and then it binds the formatter context to this controller. So that means we can then use this.getOwner component safely. All right. So let's save and see what we have in the UI. Save all. So right now let's refresh, and there we have it. We now have what we expected. So you can see now that below the currency, we have the status new, in progress, done, and new. All right. So that's the final result that we saw. Every invoice row now has quantity, like we saw. Now has quantity, we now have product name, we now have price, we now have the localized currency, and then we have readable status. And so the next question that we are going to answer now is, why should we use custom formatters? Okay, or let me put it this way, when should we use custom formatters? So you can use custom formatters when the logic is too complex for expression binding. We did expression binding in lesson 21. So have a look at it if you just joined from this step. Then whenever you need I18N support, you can also use custom formatters. And when the calculation involves multiple steps, you can use custom formatters. And when you also want a centralized formatting logic, you can also use custom formatters. So avoid stuffing complicated logic into XML. So if we use formatters, then this makes our code very clean. And this is how far we go in this section. And if you are new to this channel, don't forget to hit the like button, share this video, and subscribe. See you in the next video. All right, welcome to this step 23. And in this step, we are going to look at filtering. And right here, we are going to add search functionality to the invoice list. So up until now, our invoice list is simply displayed from the JSON model, but in every real application, the user will want to search or filter data, right? So in this step, what are we going to do in this step 23? We are going to add a search field above the list, and then a filter that updates the list live. And also we are going to add logic in the controller that filters the items based on product name. So this is what we are going to do in this step 23 of filtering. Okay, welcome back to the SAP UI5 tutorial walkthrough. So the first thing we need to do is to add the search bar to the list. And we have to go to invoice list.view. So let's go to the view invoice list.view, right? And then we will need to update the list that we have.
So this is the list. We are going to update the list. So right here, we are going to give an ID. So ID equals, in quotes, invoice list. And then we use an SAP class. Remember that when we use SAP class, it will make our app to be consistent with other Fiori or SAP UI5 apps. So it's a standard styling. So SAP UI responsive margin. Okay. And then we give a width or auto, and then we add items equal to have our quotes and then curly brackets right here. So the item is from the model invoice pointing at the JSON file invoices. We can close this list. And then the next thing that we are going to add is a header toolbar. So let's add a header toolbar tag. By the way, I installed some formatting extensions, so you can go right click on your text. When you download any of the formatting extensions will help you format your text. Okay, since I wasn't done, let me finish with the code before I format. Okay, so we add the header toolbar. So inside this header toolbar, there's also another tag we are going to add called toolbar. So right inside this toolbar, we declare a title and give it a text that will be fetched from the i18n.properties file. So I remember the syntax. So right here we have the file name i18n, which points to the variable inside the i18n is what? Invoice list title. So this title needs to have a closing forward slash like this. So we need to define this invoice list title in our i18n.properties. So go to i18n.properties and then we can add, actually this i18n has titles. So later on I'll add the titles for each section so that we know where the texts are coming from for debugging purposes. Oh, okay. We don't need to declare it here again. We already have it right here. So the title is what? Invoices. We already have it. Yeah. And then we can go back. So below the title text, we are going to add what we call a toolbar spacer, then close this. So under this toolbar spacer, we are going to have the search field, and inside the search field, we give a width of 50%, and then another term called search, an event rather. We create an event called search. So this event is now linked to a method that will be called from the controller. So we now use dots on filter invoices. So we need to create this method in the controller on filter invoices. Then we just need to close this. Okay, so this is the addition. This is the additional code to our invoice list.view.xml. So we wrapped the old title inside a toolbar. So this is our old title. Remember, the title is what? Invoices. We wrapped it inside a toolbar. And so what this toolbar does is that it allows us to add more elements. So we were able to add elements like text, like toolbar spacer, search field. So this is what toolbar does. It helps us to add more elements. And on the right side, we place a search field. Okay. And then the search event calls the controller method, this dot on filter invoice. So we need to create this method inside our controller. And when this event is fired, or let me put it this way, this event will be fired when the user presses enter or clicks the search icon. Okay, so another question is, why do we need to give the ID invoice list? So we need to give an ID because the controller will need to reference the list to filter its items. So this ID is very important. Okay, so in our invoice list.view, this is what we have. And now I can use the formatter, Control-O, you can right click and say format selection. So it gives us a proper formatting of the code. All right. So the next thing we need to do is to add the filtering logic, the on filter invoices invoices inside the controller. So the controller for this view is what? Invoice list.view. So we need to go to invoice list.controller.js. So we go to the controller folder and look for invoice list.controller.js, right? And of course, we are going to add new dependencies, new libraries right at the top. So after JSON model, you can add the filter dependency, and it's also from SAP/UI/model/filter. Okay, then put a comma here. Going to add another dependency, SAP/UI/model/filter operator. Okay, then as we explained before, so our arrow function will carry the parameters in the order by which they were defined. So after JSON model, we have the next parameter to be filter, and then comma, and then filter operator, right? Okay, so the new dependencies have been added. So we are going to update the code to see how filtering works. And so the first part that we have is the instantiation. So we instantiate our controller by extending the base controller right here, and then we create the onInit method. And inside this onInit method, we have the currency. So let me format this so that it can be on a single file. What format is this? JS format. Okay, format selection. Let's use pretty code. Okay, still didn't give me what I want, but it's okay. So let's take this on a single line since we already know what's going on here. All right. So then we get the view and say this.getView.setModel OViewModel view. So after this onInit method, you can put a comma right here, and then we are going to create the method for the onFilter invoices that we already called in the view. And then it takes in an object called oEvent. So we have curly brackets right here. So we are going to build the filter array. So build the filter array. And then how do we build the filter array? We initialize the array. So into a const a filter is equal to square brackets, right? Then put a semicolon at the end. So because we are in strict mode, use strict. If you don't put, normally JavaScript, if you don't put semicolon in some places, you can still get away with it. But since we are in strict mode, you cannot get away with that. So the next thing is create a const as query equals to oEvent that we declared above, oEvent.get parameter. And what's the name of the parameter? The name of the parameter is query. I'll explain overview in a minute. Query. And then put a semicolon at the end, and then we write an if statement and said if sQuery curly brackets, write the conditional a filter dot push new filter, open your bracket, and then enter product name, comma filter operator dot contains dot sQuery. Okay, we end this with a semicolon. And the next thing, or the final thing we're going to do in this controller.js is to filter binding. I'll explain the code above. Just let me finish typing the code, and then we're gonna say const list. The constant olist equals this dot by ID. Remember we used by ID in one of the lessons. This dot by ID. And what's the ID name that we gave? We gave ID name called invoice list. Semicolon. Then we can also say const o binding is equals to o list dot get binding items. And then finally we have o binding dot filter, then a filter, semicolon. So let's go over it again. How does the filtering works in SAP UI5? So I just typed out the code from the walkthrough tutorial, SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial, to simulate how the filtering is done. So the o.event, this one, o.event.getParameter query, this will read the user search input.
So if the user types something in the input for the search, it will read it and then store it in SQuery, right? And then if the search box is empty, it's going to create a new filter. So here, right here, we said if SQuery, so if it's not empty, a filter.push new.push, it will push this. But if the search box, sorry, I think I need to say that again. If the search box is not empty, it will create a filter. So if SQuery exists, this filter will be created, which is new filter, the product name, the filter operator dot contains what the user searched. So this means that show only items where product name contains only the searched string. Okay, so it said search or bring items where product name contains only the search string, right? So now finally, the get list control. So right here, we define a const or list, and then we use this by ID invoice list. So like we have explained several times, why by ID? UI5 auto prefixes control IDs inside view. So by using ID, you ensure that UI5 finds the correct one. And then if you want to access the list binding, we now have to create a constant o binding is equals to o lists dot get binding items. So we can also apply the filter. So o binding dot filter and the name. All right. So SAP UI5 automatically updates the list UI. No manual DOM logic needed. Data bindings does all the heavy lifting. So let's save, and I'm going to save this. So this filter is going to be where we'll pause. And if you want me to continue, share this video, leave comment in the comment section, then I will complete the rest of the tutorial. That will be from 24 to 38. So let's refresh and see what we have. Have I saved? Did I save all? Okay, save. So let's refresh this. All right. Now you see that we have a search bar at the top right. So if we search for milk, let's see if it comes out. Okay. This time it's not been updated live, so that means something it's not done properly. Pineapple. Okay, so let's check. Let me check what's going on. Okay, apparently, yeah, it was not broken, but I need to click on the enter. So pineapple, you click on this, you get this back. So if the search field is empty, all items are shown. So when I remove the search field, everything is shown. And now we should know that filtering also is case sensitive. So if I say milk with small letter m, is filtering is case insensitive. So whether it's small letter or capital letter, we get the items if it's there. All right, so this is where we are going to wrap it up for this first part. And of course, if you want me to do the rest, because they are still quite interesting parts of the tutorial, things like routing and navigation, unit testing, Odata, and very interesting topics. So we'll stop here for now, and I will continue again based on how many persons are interested in this video that have been posted. And for those who have been following so far, thank you so much for following, and don't forget to leave a comment in the comment section, like, share, and subscribe. All right, welcome back everyone. So in the last session, we added a search field so users can filter what we have, the invoice list. So search, you can say pineapple, hit on enter, and then it comes out. So this was the search field that we added in the last lesson, which was lesson 23. So today we are taking things a step further by adding sorting and grouping, which is a step 24. So two features that will instantly make our SAP UI5 application, easier to read, easier to navigate, and to be more professional is by adding this sorting and grouping. So sorting just means arranging items in alphabetical order. So before we touch any code, so sorting in SAP UI5 simply means that you can decide to arrange the items in a specific order, for instance, alphabetical order. So our items right here are not in alphabetical order, so we want to use sorting to arrange them in alphabetical order. And then when we talk about grouping means this will automatically create sections or categories in our list based on a field. For example, if I go to our invoice.json, so we can group our items based on, let's say, the shipper name. So it will, every item that is from the same, or let me say, every item that is shipped by the same name will be grouped into one category, into one group, right? So that means these canned beans and milk will be in the same group of ACME. So that's what grouping does. So sorting and grouping is what we are going to be doing right now. And the great thing about SAP UI5 is that it can do all of these things automatically by just configuring your XML bindings, okay? You don't need to write any extra JavaScript logic, just configure this in your XML binding. All right, so let's get started by going to the first step, which is to open the invoice list.view, okay? So go to our invoice list.view right here, and then we are going to bind the items. So now we are going to update the invoice list.view file, and this is where the binding occurs, right? Invoices. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to use a simple binding which already exists here. So instead of this, we'll now replace the binding here with object notation. So this object notation will let us add advanced options like the path, and then to determine whether the items should be sorted. So now I'm going to write the object notation. So we'll remove this anyways. Let's remove, or let me just cut it out. Items I cut. So as it's an object notation, what we can just do is I'll just declare this as the path. So I can say path equal to, that means to say that our model is called invoice, and then under the invoice, so let's go to the manifest.json and see. So the model is what? Invoice, and the file is what? The URI is called invoices. That is what the path there is talking about. So that's the path where our file is located. And since we have declared the path, we can just put a comma right here, and we can now declare, or we can use sorter, put curly brackets here. So for the sorter also, we need to define the path for the sorter. So sorter, the path to be the product name. So it will sort based on product name, okay? So I can use the pretty printer. Sorry, not pretty printer. I used the format selection. I've also installed an extension pretty. So you can just search among your extension and install one of the extensions to help you format your code. So format this so that it is more visually appealing. All right. So we are here. So basically what I just did here is using object notation. And so this path will tell the UI5 where the data comes from. And then the sorter tells UI5 how to sort the items. And in this case, we use product name to sort the items. All right. So UI5 will automatically now rearrange the items alphabetically. No JavaScript needed. So let me save this. Let's save all and refresh. Save, and then go to the browser. So notice here that our items are not sorted alphabetically. So if we refresh, we expect to see it sorted alphabetically. Or before we test the code, let's add the grouping. So let's add grouping on top of sorting. And to add the grouping, we can just modify the sorter and add one more additional property. So let's say that means the property is group, and then group we set to true. So this is what we are going to have. And let's save this, save all. So let me open the console so that we can see if we get any errors. I refreshed now, click on console. All right, so after using that, we can see the grouping. You can see that the invoices from shippers, ACME, and function or FUNINC. They belong to the same group, right? So, but we do not see, we do not see the alphabetical grouping or alphabetical ordering. Perhaps if we turn off the grouping, we might be able to see that. So let's try that and see. So, okay. Yeah. All right. So for the alphabetical order, we just need to specify the path and say sorter path. So, and we are rearranging the items based on product name. So let's type product name. Okay. So remove this comma. Let's control save all one more time, save, and let's go and refresh. So of course I expect the grouping to be removed. Okay, now we can see the alphabetical, now we can see that the items are arranged in alphabetical order. So you see bread, you see canned beans, milk, pineapple, and of course our search still works. So if I say salad, even if it's one alphabet, it will bring out those lists with this alphabet. So salad, and then click on enter, you get the item. All right. So this all we've covered. Let me go back and use the last code. So the last property we used for the sorter was that based on the shipper name. Remember, this is from the invoice.json file. So shipper name, we are grouping based on shipper name, and then we say group. We set this property to true. So this will ensure that it groups our item based on this shipper name, right? So if we say it again, I'm just repeating what I did before, just for more clarity in case I was not fluent in the earlier explanation. All right, so let's refresh our browser. Yeah, and there we have it. We now have our items grouped. So whenever we are using the grouping, they are not sorted alphabetically. Okay, so only the grouping, the group names are sorted alphabetically. All right, so we have seen that UI5 can help us sort our items and also group our items. So at the end of this step 24, we have, achieved quite a few things. And the first one is that we sort the list items using declarative binding, and then we group items automatically using the sorter. So when you are grouping, you just provide a path, and then you set the group property to true. And then we have made our invoice list to feel more structured and user-friendly. All right, so this is how far we can go with this step 24. And in the next step, which is step 25, we are going to be connecting a remote Odata service. So if you have been following, things are getting more interesting now from step 24, which is more looking like a real application instead of just a hello world application. Many people begin a programming language and they just stop with hello world. Now, this is the point where the going gets tough, but only the tough gets going. All right. So the glamour of the early stages is beginning to fade up a little bit. So in lesson step 25, we will replace the local JSON model with a real backend data. So if you have not subscribed so far, please don't hesitate to hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video to someone who wants to learn more about SAP UI5. All right, see you in the next video. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial, and this is step 25. It's getting more interesting now, dealing with real stuff. And in this step 25, we're looking at remote Odata service, and we are going to be replacing our local JSON file with a real backend data. So remember that we have a file called invoices.json. Okay, so this is a file that contains a list of invoices that we created. Okay, so instead of this, we are going to be dealing with real files. And so
at the end of this step, our app should be able to do the following. We are going to instantiate an Odata v2 model. Then this is actually done automatically. And then we are going to fetch data from the Northwind service. You know what this means subsequently. And then we'll populate the invoice part with real backend data. So our list view will now display real products, not just the local JSON file that we have. So this is quite interesting, and I wonder how many persons have stayed up to this point. And if you are just joining or you join at this chapter, please, if you have not subscribed, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, also share to someone who wants to learn SAP UI5 development. Okay, so today we are going to connect our UI5 application to a real Odata service over the internet, and the public Northwind Odata v2 service is what we are going to be using. And then you'll be shocked how we only require to do little change just to implement it. We just need to make little adjustment. All right. So what's the first part? So the first part is that we are going to install an Odata proxy middleware. So you might ask yourself, why proxy? So the reason is because browsers block requests to other domains. This is called CORS restrictions, CORS restriction. So the meaning of CORS means cross-origin resource sharing. So cross-origin resource sharing restrictions. So handling cross-origin resource sharing restriction, there are policies to this. So CORS policies can actually restrict how resources on the web page can be requested from another domain. Remember, we are going to be requesting data from the Northwind, okay? And then the HTTP proxy middleware, which is what we are going to be using, it said UI5 provides an easy fix, a middleware proxy. And so what this does is that it helps us to bypass these restrictions during development by making it appear that all requests originate from the same domain. That is quite interesting, right? So this is what we're going to do. I hope that explanation is clear. So we are going to install a package that will forward our Odata requests so that our browser will allow it, okay? So this is what we're going to do. So you can just copy this code. Let's open a new terminal. Let me use bash, git bash. Okay, so we'll do npm install the UI5 middleware hyphen simple proxy. Hit on enter. This takes a while. So all right, we now see that added packages, 29 packages, and then 4 packages are looking for funding, found 0 vulnerabilities. All right, so we've done that. Now the next thing we are going to do is that we are going to update the UI5.yaml file, which is this one right here. So this is the proxy configuration. We're going to update this file to contain proxy configuration. And so to do this, we are going to add server here. All right, and our server has custom ID. Custom middleware. Then has a name, UI5, middleware, simple proxy. Then we have another after middleware, compression. And then we have another label called mount path. So this mount path will be V2. So the meaning of this is, for this mount path V2 means that any request starting with /v2 and whatever comes afterwards will be forwarded to the real server, okay? And then we are going to also add configuration. And this configuration, we are going to declare the base URI, and this base URI will be now the real remote Odata server that we want to fetch data from. So, and for this, the web address for the Odata service is found at services.odata.org. I'll just paste it right here in quotes. All right. So this means that our software can easily call, for instance, we say the mount part is any request starting with V2, so our application can call Notwind has v2 slash notwind slash notwind and so and so. Okay? And when our app calls this path, the UI5 will automatically forward it to this web address, this URI slash the mount path. All right. So let's save this. Can format it. Format document. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is that we're going to update our manifest.json. So we're going to switch from the JSON model to Odata model. So we need to do that inside the manifest.json file. So we go to our model, the invoice model, and we say the type here was what was the type here was JSON model, and we have a URI here. So this is what we're going to update. So inside of this, we will replace it with data sources. Okay. And then our data source will now have the URI and the type. So what we need to do first is that we need to go to sap.app right here, sap.app. And under sap.app, we are going to add data sources. So this curly bracket here is our sap.app. So here I can put a comma here and add data sources. So this here we're going to declare the source of our data. To do that, I need to format this first so that I can have a proper format document. Okay, I have two formatters, so I need to use one. Let me choose pretty. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so we were right here. We need to add data sources, put a comma to this. And so in quotes, we say data sources. All right, and this data source also have, can call them parameters. So curly bracket, hit on enter, and then we specify the URI and the type. So for us to specify the URI of our data source and the type, we use invoice remote. Okay, then right here we can then specify the URI colon. So put the URI for the notwind, which starts with v2. So I'll just copy and paste it right here. So v2 slash notwind.svc. And then we put a comma here and then specify the type. In quote, we write a type, colon, and then the type is what? It's an Odata, right? Odata. And then we put a comma right here. And also we have to specify the settings. Okay. And then for the settings, we are going to have what we call the Odata version. And the version we are going to be using is 2.0. All right. So now we have added the data source to the sap.app, right? These are sap.app inside manifest.json. This is the data source. Oh, this is not URI, it's URI. That's why it's good to go over your code to see where you are making a mistake. And also that's why we're using cursor. So if there's any syntax errors, we can quickly fix this. All right. Now the next update we're going to update is the SAP.UI5 model. So we scroll down to models. So remember that we are still using the invoice and the JSON model. So we need to update this part. So inside invoice, we're going to remove this. And so we are now going to refer to the data source. Data source will be invoice remote. The name can say the variable name from above. So this will be our data source that we declared here as invoice remote. So that's why I now say our data source is now pointing to this invoice remote, no longer JSON model. Okay. And so when we run this now, our app will instantiate Odata v2 model automatically, and then it will fetch data from the notwind, and it's going to populate our invoice with a real backend data, and our list will now display real products. So let's save this, save all, and then refresh our browser and see what we get. So let's refresh. No data. So where was the mistake? So it said failed to load resource v2 notwind. Okay, it's HTTP request failure. So let's go back to the code and see where the mistake was. All right, let's just see how definitely this error is coming from, maybe syntax. So let's see how Cursor AI we'll solve this. So I go to the code and then I can just drag this out. So if you don't see this, you can do Ctrl L, or no, there's a shortcut to toggle the chart. Yeah, Ctrl L will do the toggling. Yeah, okay, it comes, then you can do Ctrl L again to bring it up. All right, so let me just paste the error here, and I said why this error and how to fix. So it will actually go through my code, my files, plan the next moves. All right, and here was the response. So it removed the v2 URI, and then the fix is now applied. Your SAP UI application should now be able to successfully connect to the Not-to-Know data service. The URL will now correctly result https://odata.org/v2/notwin/notwin/svc instead of the previous incorrect double path. Okay. All right, so I was not supposed to write v2 here again because we already defined v2. So I'm gonna keep it here. Let's keep the change, keep the changes. So the URI now has not wind, so I don't need to add v2 to the URI because I have it in my mouth part already. Okay, so now let me save one more time and let's refresh to see what we have. Save. So let's refresh. Keep the console open. Still no data found. Okay. All right. I will still use also AI to try to fix the code one more time. Apparently, even the walkthrough tutorial says if you cannot get it to run, don't worry too much. The remaining steps will also work with the local JSON data that you have used so far. Anyways, yeah, this is what we're supposed to get, something like this, but let's see how we can still survey the situation and see. All right, apparently we are still having that same error, so we will revert back to the JSON model, just like SAP has rightly recommended in the tutorial section. So if we don't get this working, we can continue with the JSON model. And yeah, we'll look at it once more again in the Odata tutorials, which I'll also be doing subsequently. So if you want to watch that videos, please subscribe if you have not subscribed. So yeah, I'll just revert back to the invoice type to be JSON model, data source. All right, so we have our old JSON model back, and this is how far we'll go with this lesson. And in the next step, we'll also look at mock server configuration. If you like this video, please don't forget to hit the like button. Leave a comment in the comment section if you're able to fix the Odata error before the next Odata tutorials. All right. See you in the next video. All right, just as a side note to the last step that we did, we are running into this problem of Odata because we are running on a remote server or on a remote machine, which is our local server. So if you are using the business technology platform, BTP, you will need to configure this as a destination. So you will not have this issue. And that is why we are not able to resolve it. All right, so those were my findings, and then we'll continue next with the mock server configuration. All right, welcome back to the SAP UI5 walkthrough tutorial, and we are in step 26, which is mock server configuration, and we are going to simulate how the backend, or rather I'll say we are going to simulate how to get our backend locally even when we are offline. Okay, so in step 25 we try to connect our SAP UI5 application to a real Odata backend, but it was not successful based on what we concluded last time. So, and overall, depending on the real backend during development, it's not even a good idea to connect to the public Northwind service. So the reason is because what if the server is down, or what if you are on a train, or you are going somewhere and there is no internet connection, or what if multiple developers load tests it accidentally. Okay, so that is why SAP UI5 is giving us a superpower, which is the topic we are going to be doing today, and it's the mock server. So the mock server, what is it? The mock server is actually a local simulated Odata backend that behaves almost like a real Odata backend. So today we aim to achieve, or our goal is that we are going to create a dedicated test launch page. Okay, So we'll set up our full mock server, and that mock server will have a dedicated test launch page. We are going to create a local metadata.xml file. We are going to also create a local mock data folder. We are going to create a fully functional mock server.js, an automatic response delays, and then we'll have a clean project folder structure. Okay, so this is what we aim to achieve in step 26, which is the mock server configuration. Okay, then let's get started. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a new folder structure. Okay, so I'll show you how the folder structure is going to look like. Here is going to be our new folder structure. Inside our web app folder, we are going to create a local service folder, and then inside this local service folder, we are going to create metadata.xml. Then we are going to have mock data, and then our mock data will contain invoices.json file, and our mock data will also contain, or rather inside the local service folder, we're going to also have mock server.js. Then inside the web app, we're going to have a folder called test. We're going to have mock server.html, and then init mock server.js. So this clean separation will keep our productive code very clean, okay, like 100% clean. Now we are going to create the folders and the files that we need. So we'll go to the web app, and then we are going to create a folder called test. So we can right click on the web app and then click on new folder, and we're going to call this folder test. And right under or inside this folder, you can right click and create a new file called mock server.html, right? So what we can do here is that we are going to use the same template from our HTML index.html that we have. So the first thing that we have is the bootstrapping snippet, so you can just copy from the walkthrough, and where we have the ID, the source. So the bootstrapping means that we are loading the libraries and dependencies for SAP UI5, and we have the source, the resources. This is the location for where we are going to get the UI5 dependencies and libraries. And then we are going to use async. Async means that we are going to load them, parallel. So one library is not depending on the other library to load. And we are using SAP UI5 theme. The theme name is SAP Horizon, and then we specify the resource roots. Okay, so which means this is UI5.walkthrough is going to be like the namespace. So if UI5 sees this, it knows that it's going to web app to look for the files. All right, so the key difference between this and index.html is that instead of loading component directly, we are going to call init mock server.js. So don't worry, I'm going to create the JavaScript file for mock server initialization. Okay, so now I'll complete the other skeletal parts for the mock server.html. So of course, after script, you close the script tag. Okay, this is a script tag. You need to show the head section. You need to show the body of the HTML. All right. So this page, the title is SAP UI5 walkthrough mock server test page, and this was the script I just explained, which is bootstrapping, and the class body SAP UI5. I'm just going through this because if you have been following this tutorial, you already know this up to now. And then the name is UI5 the walkthrough, and this is our full mock server.html file. Now the next thing we are going to do now is we are going to tell UI5 to start the mock server before loading the application, and that is where we need to create the init mock server.js file. And so under web app, inside the test folder, right, we are going to create another file called init mock server.js, right? Okay, so the mock server.js is going to contain this method called mock server.init. So like it's going to start the mock server and then load the UI5 components normally. Now if we are creating a JavaScript file, you know the module that we are going to use, which is SAP.UI. Autocomplete is SAP.UI.define, right? So we have this bracket here, we can put a semicolon at the end, then in between here we have the square bracket, so just tap to bring it down, and so you put a comma right here, and then this takes in the parameters, and we define the function with curly brackets, arrow function, which is equal to, and the arrow sign, right? So this is the skeletal for the JavaScript file. And so I already explained this extensively. So we take in the modules. You can look at the other steps that we earlier covered. And so inside the module, inside the SAP UI.define, what are the modules that we're going to load first? So the first module is going to be local service. So that means we need to create this folder that I'm going to write now. Go to local service / mock server. All right. So we're going to create this folder. And then remember that when you are taking the parameters, your parameter for the function is going to take the last word of the path. Let's just say it that way. So here we're going to enter mock server. Okay. And of course, JavaScript, we are going to use strict to enforce best practices. Semicolon right here. And so what we do next, we start the mock server. Start mock server before loading component. All right. So, and how do we start mock server? We can start mock server by saying mock server dot init. Upon initialization, start the mock server. And then after we start the mock server, we are going to load the UI5 component. Load UI5 component. All right. And how do we load the UI5 component? We have sap.ui.require. And then inside this, we have the square bracket. And look at this. If you go to the index.html, we have the component here, SAP UI/core/component support, right? So we go to the init and paste that right in here. Of course, we need double quotes, right? And put a semicolon right here. So you see the difference between the index.html file and mockserver.html. So in the index.html file, the component is loaded directly. We are loading the component directly. So, but for our mockserver.html, instead of loading it directly here, we will call the mockserver.js first. We'll call the init mockserver.js first. Okay. Now follow me carefully. You'll see where we are going with this. All right. So here now, the meaning of this now is that it will start the mock server, then load UI5 components normally. Okay. So the next thing we are going to do now is that we are going to create the mock data, which is a local Odata response. And the mock data must match what the real backend will return. So in our web app folder, we are going to create a folder called local service. If you remember the structure that we showed earlier, we have a folder called local service, right? Inside this local service, we also have another folder called mock data where we can put the invoices.json. So let's create this local service folder. So we go to minimize this. Web app is right here. You can right click on the web app and say new folder. The name of our new folder is local service. And then inside this local service, we create another folder called mock data, where we store all the mock data, the test data that I want to use, mock data. Then right inside the mock data, we can then create the text files, like the JSON file. So you can right click there and say new invoices.json. Okay. So our invoice.json inside the mock data. You can see the path. In case it's not clear, you can see tutorial web app, local service, mock data, invoices.json. All right. So now in our invoice.json file, we are going to have a flat array that is not wrapped inside invoices. So you're going to have something like this. So we have product name, for example, Naipu, quantity 21, extended price, it's 7.2, shipper name, func incorporations, the ship date, the status. So compared to what we have in our invoice.json file, if we click right here, so we don't have it wrapped around invoices. So it's just a flat array. It's not wrapped around invoices. Okay. So you see the difference now. You see our invoices is wrapped, the details is wrapped around in invoices. Okay. Why for our, let's go back. Invoice.json inside our mock data, we only have the details, like it's a flat array. Okay. So in the step 4, we are going to create the file metadata.xml, and the metadata.xml is inside the local service folder. So inside our web app, so look directly inside the local service. If we see the folder structure one more time, so you can see here the mock server is inside the local service folder. All right, mock server.js. Let me be specific. So right click on the local service and then say new file, and right here we are going to say metadata.xml. So click on enter. So basically what the metadata is that it describes the OData service structure. So things like the fields. Okay, the fields of the data, it describes the structure, and then it describes some things like entity. Okay, entity sets. So that's where we'll store all those descriptions. So metadata is actually information about the data. It's like data about data. All right. So and for metadata file, you can also get the snippets from the walkthrough. So I will copy and paste it right here and explain this. So we have things like property name, shipper name, product name, quantity, extended price, status. The entity type name is invoice. So let's just save this. I'll come back to this, save all and save. So next we are going to create the mockserver.js, which is going to be the engine. So the mockserver.js file is also inside the local service folder. So if you see the structure one more time, so local service folder, we have the mockserver.js. So right click on local service and say new file. So you have mockserver.js. Okay, so just follow. I will explain while also showing the functionality in some minutes. So this file, what we are going to do here is that we are going to create a mock OData server inside this file, and then we're going to load the metadata.xml, this one right here. We're going to load this metadata inside the mockserver.js, and then we are going to also load the invoices mock data inside the mockserver.js, and we're also going to simulate some delay. And while doing that, we're also going to intercept requests to UI5. We're going to intercept requests so that the UI5 will think it's talking to a real backend. Okay, so now this we are going to mockserver.js. So to create a mockserver.js, you're going to use something like this path. mockserver.simulate. The path is we say we are going to load metadata.xml. So this will load metadata.xml and also load the mock data. Like this is the path for it, and this is where the magic now begins. So let me just remove this, and every JavaScript file has to begin with SAP.UI.define. Notice that this space here, there's no space here. I just created this space so that the IntelliSense will not autocomplete and give me something that I don't need. Then square bracket inside. All right. So inside the mockserver.js, we already said we are going to create a mock OData server. And so what is the library that we are going to use here? The library we're going to use here is SAP/UI/core and then /util/mockserver. Okay, so and then the parameter here takes in mockserver. So we are going to use strict use strict, then put our semicolon right here. And so upon return, we are going to initialize or rather, let me say on init, we have a method called init. So what happened upon initialization? So we want to create this method called init. So in this init method, what we are going to do is that mock server uses the same root URI as the real service. Okay, so how do we do this? We declare a constant and say const o mock server. So more like we instantiate now the mock server. O mock server is equals to new mock server. Then we'll put curly bracket inside. All right, and then right inside we declare the root URI. So this will be sap.ui.require sap.ui to URL. Then inside this we put the namespace UI5/walkthrough, and then we add the path of the northwind. Okay, so that will be like a plus v2 northwind/northwind. So I will also like to paste the rest of the code because I don't want this tutorial to be too long. So the other part, the next thing you're going to do is to add artificial delay. Okay, just to simulate real world. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste that part to our code. So this ends with a semicolon, then paste the artificial delay code by creating a new object, and then auto respond equals to true. See, the delay is set to iparams.get server delay or 500 milliseconds, right? And then the next thing we're going to do is that we are going to load the metadata plus the mock data folder, which is what we say we're going to achieve here. So I'll just copy it, then paste. So load metadata plus mock data folder, and the path is from sap.ui.require to URL, and this is our namespace, and this is the local service folder. And so what is the path? We have metadata.xml, so we want to load metadata. So we have this file, right? And then also we have the mock data file. Like, you know, these both files are in our local service. We have the mock data and we have the metadata is not in the local service folder. Yeah. Okay, and finally we are going to start the mock server. All right, so we save this. So this is the code we have for the mock server.js at the moment. So the next thing we are going to do is now we're going to update the package.json file. So package.json file is right over here. And then what we need to do is to add to the scripts. So we know you have a script start. So instead of using index.html, so when we use npm start, so we don't want it to automatically open the index.html file. We want it to open the mock server.html. So we can remove this. UI5 save open, go to folder test, and inside the folder test you have to run or open mock server.html. Okay, so we are going to save this. Save all. Let's test what we have. Save all. So let's okay, I'm just going to stop the server, then run it again. So to stop the server, you can just click on Ctrl+C. Okay, so we want to run now and just do npm start. So UI save open test mock server.html is going to open it on a local host. So upon refresh, we cannot get test mock. Oh, okay. I think there's a mistake here. It's supposed to be / not. Yeah. So let's go to the code right here. So let's put a / to this and then save again. And we can go and refresh the page. Yeah, so one bug found, the metadata.xml is still actually under the local service folder, which is what I said earlier. Yeah, so I'll just move it to the local service. Just drag and did you move? Oh, it's there. Yeah, so another thing that I just noticed now is that I only in the invoices.json file I only kept one invoice, so we need to put all of the invoices there. So I'll just get it from the walkthrough. You can as well go there to copy and paste this. So now we have more invoices received. So let's save this, Ctrl S. All right, so let me end the server. No. Ctrl C, and then let's save all. Let me make sure everything is saved. Okay, everything is saved. And let me do npm start again. Npm start. All right, so after starting the server again, we have this, and we can see that the mock server.html launches our app in test mode. And so before UI5 even loads our component, it will run the init mock server.js, and the init mock server.js will then activate the mock server.js. So we know from what we did in the code, the mock server.js will load the metadata, and then it will also load the mock data invoices.json, and it actually pretends to be a real Odata backend. So this means that our application can send an Odata request. So the mock server will catch a request and then return this data that we have. And of course, our UI updates normally. So this is the power of SAP UI5 mock server. All right, so I think I will end at this point. So I'll end the tutorial at this point, and in my next release, I will want to cover navigation, routing. Okay, there are still lots to do depending on the feedback I get from the audience and how many persons watch this video. So we'll do unit tests, we'll do debugging tools, we'll do custom controls, responsiveness, content density, and how to build your application. Upcoming tutorials also can do walkthrough tutorials with TypeScript, and there's also an interesting tutorial coming up next. Things like Odata V2 mock server tutorial and navigation and routing tutorial, very important tutorial. Odata V4 tutorial, data binding tutorials. All these are quite interesting tutorials that are out there, and most times you are asked to pay for it. So I'm here going to give you for free. And so the only thing you need to do is to share this video, subscribe, and support me. All right. So thank you all for sticking by so far, and see you in the next video.